Supremacy Games. Chapter 526 to 550. Chapter 526, Asking for him. Soon, Felix moved to the other rules about the loot boxes and parachutes. After analyzing them, he understood that most battles would occur for them. To survive this game, securing a parachute was a must. It didn't matter if the player was last or first in his descent, parachutes were going to be a priority for every player. The fact that the spatial cards were banned hinted that everyone who secured a parachute would be targeted by others. All of this would be happening during the free fall that was going to last at least 1 hour if everyone relaxed their bodies. It would be such a long fall due to the 250 kilometers distance. If I nosedived to increase my descent while others did the opposite, I will be straight under them, which means I will have higher chances of securing a parachute and others' things. Felix shook his head. However, that draws a red target on my back for everyone to practice their abilities on it. The worst part, this might last until I touch the ground. Felix thought about it for a second and left this issue for later planning. Upon scrolling down, Felix paused on the 11th rule. Thunderstorms. A faint grin started creeping up on Felix's face after spotting this obstacle. Before he didn't really read the details extensively as the moment he realized that the game's design was too disadvantageous, he planned on respinning the wheel. So, he skipped seeing this small detail that made him change his entire opinion on the game. Are we going to enter a live thunderstorm during our free fall, or it will just be above us? Felix rubbed his hands in elation. Hee. No matter which one is it, my chances to win the game have just tripled. With his lightning abilities, this obstacle was more of a boon than a disadvantage. Felix was definitely going to plan to take full advantage of it in those upcoming days of preparation. Just like the promotion game, it was going to be a long 10 days of preparation since those players were elites and it wouldn't do them justice to give them measly 5 days. Let's start right now. Felix immediately closed his eyes and logged into the UVR. For him, 10 days was nothing with how busy his schedule. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx and J. Ramongandra were conversing about their bets in the upcoming game. If the little thief lost us this game, we are going to lose 4 treasures at once. Lady Sphinx said while taking a sip from her teacup. Well, you know I don't care about such things. J. Ramongandra waved his hand and said, if you don't feel confident in his chances to win, don't bet big for the Kumiho's monolith. That's the only way to tempt that annoying fox to accept betting with her monolith. Lady Sphinx cursed softly. She is probably going to jack up the bet even higher since she knew I am desperate to collect them. J. Ramongandra rubbed his purplish goatee and advised, I suggest simply giving up on her monolith for now if she asked for too much. You can easily convince her later on when you collect the missing monoliths. That's where the real difficulty lays. Let's see first her response. Lady Sphinx said while closing her eyes. A split second later, she opened them up with an irritated expression. What's the matter? Sigh, that vixen wants me to bring the little thief with me. Lady Sphinx replied while massaging her forehead. J. Ramongandra frowned his eyebrows and said, she will most definitely try something on him in the meeting. That's a no-brainer. Lady Sphinx sighed, but, he has to go. Otherwise, she wouldn't even consider placing her monolith as a bet. Let's contact Erebus then and meet all together. J. Ramongandra smirked faintly. He is the least tolerant of her shenanigans and will make her switch her focus from Felix to him. Haha, let me handle it. Lady Sphinx laughed softly and said, we have a good history between us. After seeing that Lady Sphinx had closed her eyes, he switched his vision to Felix, who was floating hundreds of kilometers in the air. Make sure to find ways to utilize your poison mid-air. J. Ramongandra advised, since it's in a mist form and you have yet to learn fully to use its liquid form, the raging wind is going to destroy any ability you try to make. I will see what I can do. Felix shouted loudly while wearing eye goggles and a skydiving suit that was cold resistant. Thankfully, it was allowed in the rules. Otherwise, he would be feeling like his skin was being cut by sharp daggers after he jumps from such a horrific height. Without further ado, Felix requested in his mind, "Drop me." Whoosh! Immediately after gravity started doing its magic, Felix lost balance of his body, as the wind started flapping him in every direction, making him get dizzy and fuzzy. However, he got his shit together a moment later and began trying to establish balance by fixing his posture. It was a bit tough, but he got it done eventually, making himself free fall in a star-like posture. "This is quite nice." Felix smiled with his eyes closed in enjoyment, making Asna flip him a finger subconsciously. She didn't like it one bit when he enjoys his time. 3 hours later, Felix had been forced to stop his training early by Lady Sphinx since they were going to meet with Kumiho and Erebus in a few minutes. Felix had already been informed of the meeting and he honestly was cool-headed about it since he was dealing with primogenitors for a long while now to feel nervous or scared. At most, he was quite curious about the Shadow and Charm primogenitors' personalities. "You ready?" Ramongandra asked Felix. Felix nodded his head while fixing his tie in front of a mirror in his UVR's house. He wasn't that disrespectful to meet up with those two primogenitors wearing casual clothes like they were his buddies. In a few moments, his body began disintegrating, marking his teleportation. Inside a small rectangular living room that had glass furniture and plush seatings, Felix's body began reconstructing above a carpeted floor, besides an open window that was facing the cloudy sky. Immediately after he opened his eyes, he spotted Lady Sphinx, Ramongandra, Kumiho, Erebus, and lastly their champions. He recognized them instantly since he had done a thorough research on them. Sensation, Kumiho's champion, was standing behind her master while wearing a long-sleeved pink kimono with daisy flowers designed on it. She had her silver hair made into a bun, matching extremely well with her cold expression and 4 fluffy white tails behind her back. If it wasn't for Kumiho's otherworldly beauty shadowing over everyone in the room, she would have appeared like a goddess. Meanwhile, Sol's master appeared just like any Shadowborn. Short dark hair, grey skin, pitch black clothes, black eyes without pupils, and tiny holes in place of their ears. Felix wasn't surprised in the slightest by the fact that he didn't have a shadow behind him in this well-lighted room. They weren't called Shadowborn for no reason as they were the shadows themselves. "Good evening." Felix greeted with a head nod to both primogenitors and their champions. Kumiho smiled charmingly with her pink glossy lips and gestured with her finger at Felix to come closer. "Let me take a good look at you, boy." Felix flinched at the sound of that. He felt like he was going to get molested against his will if he got too closer to her. Knowing that it was going to be disrespectful to let her waiting, Felix smiled politely and replied, "Right away, elder." Kumiho's lips trembled after hearing him call her an elder as she abhorred being called any term that was associated with old and ugly. "Why are you feeling upset?" Erebus grinned, "At least he didn't call you a granny." "Upset?" Felix's palms sweated slightly after noticing that she indeed appeared disgruntled with him. "Haha, only you can make a trash impression with primogenitors right off the bat every time." Asna chortled in amusement. Ignoring Asna's mockery, Felix kept his head low as he looked at Kumiho, who was giving a death stare to Erebus. Soon, she focused back on him and said with a soothing tone, "Call me Madam Kumiho like the rest." Felix was slightly taken back as he felt that was a bit too disrespectful. However, seeing that she was dead serious about it, Felix nodded his head silently. Kumiho smiled in approval and patted the side of her seat. "Sit here, I don't like it when men are above me," she said casually, seeing nothing wrong with what she said. Felix acted like he heard nothing and sat beside her on a couch that was meant for 2 people. That made him come in touch with her exquisite body. Upon seeing so, Lady Sphinx narrowed her eyes at Kumiho, clearly warning her to not try anything funny. Kumiho merely shrugged her warning and placed her jade-like hand on Felix's cheek, caressing it softly. Upon sensing that his heartbeats were accelerating, Kumiho licked her lips and whispered in Felix's ears, Wanna go somewhere private, boy? Chapter 527, The Bets. Everyone heard her but Salt's master, who was further away. Yet, besides Felix, who got stunned, no one reacted excessively, as they were already familiar with her teasing antics. Hee, look at his stiffened expression, how cute, makes me want to bite off your cheeks. Kumiho pinched Felix's cheeks like he was a child, making him regain his wits. Hee, you are being played like a child, cutie. Asna giggled. Felix massaged his cheeks in silence after Kumiho let go of them, having no intentions of voicing his disgruntlement. He could only keep it in his heart and vent everything that she does to him on her champion. Are you done fooling around? Erebus glanced at his bracelet and said, I don't have all day long to waste here. Let's begin discussing the bets. Kumiho waved her hand at them in annoyance and said, you start first, I still have matters to talk to with this cutie. Elders, should I worry? Felix showed them a hopeless look. Just keep your mouth shut if she asked you about classified matters. Lady Sphinx warned. Then, she started discussing the terms of the bet with Erebus, ignoring Felix, who was started getting molested by Kumiho while her champion watched them indifferently. Tell me, boy. Kumiho ran her finger on Felix's hair and asked casually, you don't seem too affected by my beauty. Is it because you saw someone prettier than me, or did you castrated yourself before coming here? Felix was left lost for words at the sound of that. When he first saw Kumiho, he indeed felt like she was extremely pretty. But, he wasn't as moved as that time when he first saw Asna. So, he still considered Asna as the prettiest girl in the universe, which made him quite nonchalant about Kumiho's beauty. But he couldn't say this lest he boosts Asna's ego and gets beaten by Kumiho for offending her like this. As the charm primogenitor, she naturally considered herself as the most beautiful creature in the universe, and she lives by it as her code. Hence, Felix didn't hesitate to feed her some cheap lip service, telling her exactly what she wanted to hear. As he expected, she got pleased by his answer and dropped the subject at once. Mind telling me how exactly did you meet with your masters? She asked with a bewitching smile, clearly trying to lure him in to expose some of his secrets. I am not allowed to answer. Felix spoke truthfully. Really? Kumiho's cheeks got reddened as she leaned closer to him and said with her soft breaths hitting his neck, I don't think they will care. Felix looked the other way and repeated, I am not allowed to answer. Upon seeing his resistance, Kumiho clicked her tongue and thought, those two fogies are probably speaking to him in his mind. Although she wasn't using any charm abilities or releasing her charm aura, she still firmly believed that her natural charm is more than enough to bait some answers out of him. She had checked his age and knew that he was still a teen without true control over his emotions and subconscious. So, it was possible to get a slip out of his mouth without his realization. Knowing that it wasn't possible to see anyone that was more gorgeous than her, made Kumiho conclude that Lady Sphinx or J. Ramungandra were keeping him on his toes against her. Let's see if you will resist me now. Just as she wanted to utilize her charm aura, Lady Sphinx spoke calmly, when are you planning on joining us? Upon seeing their impatience, Kumiho decided to stop trying to sate her curiosity and focus on the main subject. Her teasing persona was no more as she placed a leg above the other and spoke with a poised expression, I am planning on placing one of the 7 ancient harps and Keeper's amulet. Oh? Which harp? Lady Sphinx asked in intrigue. The 3rd harp, the Song of the Ancestry. She replied. That's a quality treasure and also a collectible. Erebus nodded his head in satisfaction while thinking to himself, Siren desires ancient musical instruments more than anything. If I got this for her, I might get a date for myself, hee, how long I desired her. No wonder he was always head-butting with Kumiho. He clearly knew that Siren and Kumiho don't get along and wanted to come out in good light in front of Siren by going against her enemy. Although he really wanted the treasure, he didn't show much enthusiasm to it since he knew that the fox wouldn't hesitate to make him double his bet for it. What about you? Kumiho asked them. I am willing to place drink of dust hail and scythe of the evocation of conjure resurrection. Lady Sphinx mentioned. I think fiery loot of the gibberers and sphere of the ceremony of Archangel is going to please you both. J. Ramongandra said with a faint smile. The treasures in this game sure have turned to be worth the meeting. Erebus grinned lightly after hearing another instrument treasure getting added. It seemed like he didn't discuss with Lady Sphinx and J. Ramongandra the proposed bets. Kiddo, you better win this one if you don't want to be trapped into someone's shadow forever. Erebus warned his champion in his mind. Consider it done. Salt's master said while glancing at the absent-minded Felix and the indifferent sensation. He had seen more than enough about them in the network to understand that not one of them posed a real challenge to him if the environment was in the air. So, if he managed to beat the rest, this game was in the bag. Geezer, what are you betting? Kumiho asked. Vorpal Atoll and Mandolin of Voidness Webs. He disclosed. Not bad at all. I have no issue with them. Since everyone is satisfied by the bets, I guess this concludes the meeting. Kumiho said while trying to stand up. Hold on a second. Lady Sphinx gestured with her hand for Kumiho to stay seated. What's the matter? Kumiho asked with a faint playful smirk, making Lady Sphinx want nothing but to beat her up. Who could blame her? They already spoke over the phone about her wanting the charm maniacally monolith in the bets. Yet, here she was acting dumb after molesting poor Felix. I am not satisfied with the Keeper's amulet. Lady Sphinx said, you know what I want to replace it with. You already know my answer. Kumiho said. I am willing to add blessed thunderous pipes. Lady Sphinx jacked up the bet in a straightforward manner. Not interested. Kumiho waved her hand at Lady Sphinx while yawning. Glorified meteoric mattock. Lady Sphinx added again, making Felix gulp a mouthful in fear. How could he not be frightened when the total treasures they were betting on his victory had climbed to 6 at once? However, before he could start getting agitated by the thought of losing those 6 treasures, Kumiho shook her head and said, Save your breath Sphinxy, I have no intentions of betting my monolith. Whoosh! Abruptly, the pressure in the room had increased tenfold, making Felix and the other 2 champions feel like there were 1,000 kilograms weights placed above their shoulders. Kumiho's champion even was forced to get into her knees while Erebus's champion managed to hold into the wall tightly to not end up in the same situation. Sphinx, that's enough. J. Ramongandra placed his hand on Lady Sphinx's shoulder and shook his head. Lady Sphinx didn't pay him any attention as her murderous eyes were placed on Kumiho. It's rare to see Sphinx getting pissed like this. Erebus thought, I doubt she will get this mad due to the monoliths only. Do you have any intentions of negotiation? Lady Sphinx narrowed her eyes at Kumiho and said, I won't say it again. Never had. Kumiho replied with an easygoing tone while playing with Felix's ear. Whoosh! The pressure was gone instantly, making Felix and the other 2 regain control of their bodies. All of them were sweating coldly in fear as the horror of getting killed by a single gaze hadn't been so real before. Felix, come here. Lady Sphinx said calmly, not showing a single sign of anger. Felix stood up and swiftly went next to her, not wanting to spend a single second more getting touched by that vixen. Erebus, until we meet again. Lady Sphinx nodded at the shadow primogenitor and said, let's go. Immediately after, Felix and J. Ramongandra teleported with her, leaving the others behind. I don't know what you do to provoke her, but that wasn't a smart decision. Erebus snapped his finger and left one last remark, oh well, you weren't considered as intelligent anyways. Kumiho merely smiled at his taunt and watched him teleport with his champion. After he departed, she turned towards her champion and ordered, do your best to find a way to control that boy's mind and get out as many secrets as possible from him. Sensation tilted her head in confusion at her target, but she still agreed at once, I will be on it, madam. Kumiho faced the couch where Lady Sphinx was sitting and smirked cunningly, my senses are screaming that you 3 are hiding a huge secret. He, in this boring eternal life, what's more fun than exposing others' secrets and getting them in trouble? Her delighted laughter as she said so made it clear that she truly enjoyed doing so, just like how Lady Sphinx enjoyed research. What else one could expect from a primogenitor from the spirit fox species? As for provoking Lady Sphinx by breaking her word, she honestly didn't give a crap. She knew that she couldn't do much to her even if she wanted to get back at her. That's where she was wrong. Chapter 528, Dreadful Opponent. 10 days later, 10 minutes before the start of the game. Felix was currently sitting in the living room in a meditation position while having multiple holograms before him. One was showing the trending news, another was for bounties, and the last one was for supervising his shipment's location. For the news, his game was currently in the top 10 SG trending news in the Milky Way galaxy. 100 trillions of humans were planning to watch it either on the stream, live, or pirated version if they couldn't afford it. The reason there was this much attention spotted in this game was because of the strength level of Creelder from the Taylism race. He was ranked in low-tier Platinum and he possessed strength that was equivalent to a newly risen Origin Realm bloodliner. So most viewers were actually anticipating that Felix would lose this hard, since in their eyes, no matter how much strength he manages to gain in those 2 months, it would never be enough to overpower an Origin Realm bloodliner. That's because the physical strength of a newly risen Origin Realm bloodliner was 30 kbf. Let's not mention the strength of his mental abilities/elemental abilities. If it wasn't for such a massive difference, it wouldn't have been extremely difficult to reach the Origin Realm. When Felix read their comments, he also knew that they were right. He was way out of his league due to his monstrous MMR, but, due to the game's unique design, everything is possible. During those 10 days, he made sure to create many plans and skills to take advantage of his abilities fully in the air. As for his bounties, they did increase in numbers, but not one of them had surpassed the 50 billion SC bounty on him signing a slavery contract. Lastly, the shipment's hologram was displaying the latest purchased C-grade natural treasures and multiple Avian's bloodline bottles that were going to help him reach 99% and awaken Thor, hopefully. In a short while, Felix had closed all holograms after seeing that only 10 seconds were left before the teleportation. He had already played cards with tenants in his mind for luck and his mental was rock solid. As for castrating himself, he didn't bother to consider it. If it wasn't banned to drink potions 3 days before the game, he would have drunk a potion that was capable of lowering his testosterone considerably to avoid getting heavily affected by Sensation's charm abilities. Still, he already prepared a counterattack in case she got too close to him, a surprise that would most definitely be memorable in Kumiho's mind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Above a peaceful blue lake that was clean to the point it was able to perfectly reflect the blue sky, mountains, and trees around it, Felix and the rest of the players' bodies had begun to reconstruct rapidly. A moment later, all of them opened up their eyes and looked around them with an intrigued expression. A lake. Is our MC going to be marine-based? Felix guessed while looking around him, wanting to find a place to take a seat. Alas, they were in the middle of the lake without a single object to sit on. Left with no choice, Felix shrugged his shoulders and sat on the water itself, not caring about his diving suit getting wet. When he looked around him, he noticed that Sensation was staring at him while wearing the same pink kimono. Probably, she had the anti-chill suit underneath it. Felix sent an airy kiss to tease her a bit and turned around, looking for Saul's master. He spotted him positioned between 2 players, having his arms crossed above his chest. He wasn't doing or saying anything. Felix ignored the champions for now and started scouting for other threats in this game that were just as dangerous as them. Starting off with Creelder. He had white straight hair that slightly revealed a craggy, friendly face behind its stalks. Squinting grey eyes and several moles were spread elegantly on his left cheek. He would have appeared exactly like a normal human if it wasn't for his earlobes being extremely long, reaching down his chin. He was wearing a yellow robe with long sleeves, hiding his hands and possibly weapons within it. If it wasn't for the ban of the spatial card, he would have been considered as the strongest threat in this game. Felix narrowed his eyes, though, I still need to be careful from his talismans. He probably had stacked his allowed 50 inside his robe. Felix didn't read much about the talism race since there were thousands of races and he couldn't know about all of them. However, he did know the basic knowledge that everyone should know. While vampires were known for sucking blood and being eternal, the talism race was known for having a similar innate trait to the dwarven, as it allows them to etch abilities on small pieces of paper. Those papers were being referred to as talismans. They could have only one ability etched on them and used only once. While the dwarven were using their language Huzdul to etch words on futharks to power up artifacts, the talismanians were using ancient runes that could be utilized just with their innate trait. They couldn't etch anything they imagined as they were confined within their own element. So, a fire talisman would not be able to etch water-based abilities on talismans. The reason why talismans weren't mentioned much in the UVR or purchased by fighters like artifacts was because only those with the same innate trait as talismans were capable of utilizing them. So, they were useless as a product, making the talism race miss out on potentially an untapped market. The only talisman that could be used by others was curse-related talismans since they didn't require to be activated. But this wasn't enough to make them have the same contribution as witches or other utility races. Hence, they were forced to join the gamers just like everyone else lest they get kicked out. Thankfully, their physical strength was decent, unlike commoner humans. In addition to their talismans, they were considered a force to be reckoned with. To balance them out in the games, they were allowed to bring only 50 talismans that were created by themselves. So a player couldn't bring 50 talismans of all sorts of abilities, powers, and elements. Based on the information he read about Creelder, he was a triple elementalist prodigy of fire, wind, lightning. This meant, he was able to bring 50 talismans from those three elements, which translate to 50 unique abilities. The worst part, his abilities could be changed from a game to another, so it was almost impossible to guess which abilities did he prepare for this game. Felix and the rest weren't wary of him for no reason. Oh! That human is sure staring hard. Creelder waved his hand with a polite smile at Felix. Felix gave him a head nod as a greeting and looked away, focusing on other targets. By the time he finished, the peaceful water started sending tiny waves from the center to the edges. The players all dropped whatever they were doing and focused on the middle of the lake. Soon, they were slightly surprised to see the emergence of a green lotus followed by a humanoid head. The head had handsome male features, but his skin was dark green and his lips were yellow. A moment later, his entire body followed after, emerging fully from underwater while seated in a meditation position on another lotus flower. A member of the Lotus clan. Felix smiled, not a bad choice as an MC. Everyone sighed in relief after seeing him, as they knew that the Flora race citizens were incredibly humble, polite, kind, and straightforward. It was always nice to have such a judge instead of a kind like Luna. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kane Handrail and I will be your judge and commentator. Kane bowed his head slowly and spoke with a comforting tone, "It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance." Most of the players bowed their heads back in greeting. Upon seeing so, Kane tapped his finger on the water once. Immediately after, a thin wall of water had risen in front of the players and stayed afloat above Kane's head. When they focused on it, they saw that it was actually a screen, showing a shriveled yellow land that was filled with cracks on the floor like the sky had rained for centuries on it. This is the Black Desert in planet Chinides. Kane clarified calmly, "It's going to be your landing spot." No one reacted to the news. They already knew that their landing spot was going to be like this, so their chances of survival from the fall would be minimized. Landing from 250 kilometers with no parachute at this brick-like surface was a death sentence to all of them. There might be some of them who planned already on survival ideas without parachutes, but they still weren't going to focus on them since it was too risky. Better leave those plans for emergencies and focus on securing a parachute. Soon, the image on the screen had changed to a clear view of the planet like it was taken from outer space. The planet's curve and the yellow color of the atmosphere caused by the dried deserts were in full view to the players. The sight was sure breathtaking, but the players ignored it and focused on tiny white platforms that were placed in a single long line, stretching for about 100 meters. Felix inhaled deeply to calm his nerves as he kept staring at those platforms that appeared like they were suspended in space. They were the players' jumping pads. Most viewers with a fear of heights had their hearts skip a beat after imagining themselves standing on them. Skydiving from space without a parachute? The terror was crippling. Chapter 529, The Game Rules. Your placement on the jumping pad is random. Kane added, they might be called jump pads, but you won't need to jump as the moment the game begins, the platforms will disappear from under your feet, dropping you all at the same time. Everyone understood that this rule was a must since some players will most definitely decide to wait for it up by a few seconds so they would have a higher ground advantage. In addition, you have a 30 seconds grace period after you get dropped. Kane clarified, we don't want you to butcher each other right at the start. Seeing that no one had reacted, he changed the image to the course of the game, starting from the thermosphere of the planet. You will be diving through 4 layers of the planet's atmosphere. At each layer, you will find either loot boxes placed randomly in the sky, speeding rings, slowing rings, teleportation circles, obstacles, and lastly parachutes. He colored the thermosphere layer in the screen and said, here, you will find only rings and teleportation circles. While he said so, he showed how those rings would appear and their colors so the players wouldn't confuse each other. The speeding ring was shining brightly with green color. Meanwhile, the slowing ring had a red color. As for the teleportation circles, they were left with creamy white color. On the screen, there were tens of them spread randomly on the thermosphere. The players frowned their eyebrows at their number as it wasn't really that many. This meant it would be always crowded near them. Nothing good emerges in crowds in the games. As for the mesosphere, your greatest challenge would be to enter the atmosphere without burning up. Kane advised, your suits are capable of resisting chill but not heat. As expected, they left it as a challenge. Felix arched his eyebrows. He already watched games like this in those 10 days and in almost all of them, the players were required to handle the heat that would emerge from friction with the air after they enter the mesosphere layer. He knew that it was possible to make a cold entry simply by reducing his speed since it was the main element why objects burn after they enter the planet's atmosphere. Felix wouldn't have been frowning like this if he had a solution to slow down his speed. I can only hope for a slowing ring to be near me when I enter the mesosphere. In this issue, Felix could only leave it to luck and brace himself. He wasn't worried about getting killed by the heat since he already tested doing it in the preparation days and emerged safely with only burning marks all over his body. But he preferred avoiding those injuries as they could cost him his life if he got attacked by other players. After you reach the stratosphere, the rings will return but not the teleportation circles. However, you will be able to pick up parachutes and loot boxes in the layer by simply going through them. Kane said while displaying how they would appear. The loot box was in the shape of a glowing rainbow cube and had question marks on all of its faces. There were hundreds of them spread throughout the stratosphere. Just like the rings, circles, and such, they were all confined in a limited area. Even a toddler would know that it was going to be a bloodbath for them. Meanwhile, the parachutes appeared just like normal backpacks, each with its own color. They were revolving slowly in the air. There weren't many of them as the players had counted only 30 parachutes placed all over the place. Exactly as the number of the players. Felix thought. Even though it seemed like each player had a parachute for himself and that there wouldn't be a need for fighting, Felix knew that was totally bullshit. Getting a parachute was merely the start. The players still need to open them up and glide to the ground. There was no way in hell they wouldn't start shooting at each other's parachutes to get them killed. So, to get rid of as much competition as possible, the players would try to destroy any parachute in their eyesight if they secured theirs. Lastly, the troposphere. Cain said, "Here, you will find obstacles such as thunderstorms, birds flocks attacking in hundreds, sudden horrific wind gales." This time he didn't show how they would look like or said when exactly were the players going to face an obstacle. This lack of information was far deadly than one could understand. Because they were clearly going to open up their parachute in this layer. If they timed it wrong, their parachute would get screwed big time by either one of the obstacles. As for the time to open up your parachutes, that's up to you. Cain clapped his hands and said calmly, "Any questions?" Only 5 players lifted their hands and Creelder was one of them. After Cain pointed at one of them, the player laid out his question, "May we know how long the speed boost or the slow debuff will last?" 10 seconds each. Cain replied. "Thank you. Next, please. May we know how can we get the unique title and the recommendation letter to the SG Hall of Fame?" Creelder asked. "The unique title is called Meteor Strike. To get the unique title, you need to win the game by landing on the ground." Cain paused for a second and said calmly, "You just have to do it without a parachute." SSSSSSSSS. Elites or not, the players still were forced to draw a cold breath at such a perilous condition. They give up immediately on bothering to aim at it since their safety was their most priority. There was no way in hell they would expose themselves to fall damage increased by 500% for a title. All of them had tested if they were going to survive the 200 meters fall without a parachute or not. This was the limit of which their bodies could handle, as they could have broken limbs and even enter a coma but not get killed. Yet, in this game, they ended up turning into paste since the damage caused to their bodies had been multiplied by 5 times by the Queen. If they survived it, then great, if not, Queen wouldn't hesitate to pop off their consciousness. "I even thought that I facilitated it," Cain murmured while looking at their disinterested expression. "I guess there is no need to tell you about my requirement to get the recommendation letter," Cain mentioned. "It's 5 times harder than this." Upon hearing so, the players let out disappointed sighs. Most of them had their names get etched in their SG Branch Hall of Fame and also won multiple rewards. So, their ambitions to get an even high achievement on a universal level was understandable, as they were used to being always on the top. Meanwhile, Felix was actually the only one lacking in this department, as he had many unique titles but not a single recommendation letter or award. As for his nomination to get the Best Low ELO Player award, he failed to clutch it since the voting was held right after he got exposed by Mr. Gamma. His public image was down to the gutter, making him receive actual downvotes from the public and disqualifying him from attending even the award ceremony. While this was happening, Felix had his head in other matters, not giving a shit about the award. He wasn't joking about this when he said it multiple times. "I guess this concludes the Q&A," Cain said while looking at the players that had their hands pulled down. Not expecting a response, he mentioned while breaking into light particles, "Since we finished early, you have 1 hour of free time, enjoy it." After he disappeared, the players took a moment to think about everything that was discussed here before starting to aim at their potential allies. This time, Felix wasn't planning on going solo since this game was 10 times more dangerous than his previous ones. He had already read about every tiny detail of each player here and memorized it thoroughly with his perfect memory. He had pretty much decided who would be the best ally for him in this game. An ally who was useful and easier to get rid of when things get heated. Wild's breath, a pure dark druid. Felix grinned devilishly and thought, "You shall be my ally." "Poor thing, he is actually approaching you of his own will," Asna said piteously while munching down on popcorns. As she mentioned, a bulgy bronze-skinned man, who's wearing a bear's hide over his naked upper chest, was walking towards Felix with a stern gaze. He was holding into a wooden staff that had a greenish gem tightened by thin branches at its tip. When Felix zoomed on it, he saw multiple animals in a spirit form, swimming inside of it. He wasn't astonished by the sight, as he knew that Druid's cultivation system relied on animals, beasts, and nature itself. They never harm either of them and admonish anyone who does it in their presence. This was for the pure druids. As for the dark druid, they kill them and seal their spirits inside that gem. Chapter 530, Peculiar Waist Leather Bag. Felix knew that by doing so, dark druids would be able to shapeshift into those animals, beasts, or creatures, then utilize their inherited abilities fully. Naturally, they needed to have the same elemental affinity as those creatures to use their abilities. Looking at those multiple spirits sealed inside, God knows how many abilities he could use in this game. Yet, Felix still thought that he was the best ally for him when compared to other players. "Hello human." Wild's Breath greeted Felix by tapping his staff twice on the water. Felix greeted back with a head nod and inquired calmly, "Do you need something?" He didn't want to show his intentions of allying with him since it would appear like he was prepared for it. In his eyes, this might push Wild's Breath away since he was also thinking that Felix was the best ally to play with and also the easiest to betray. It seemed like many players had thought the same but decided to back off after seeing that Wild's Breath had walked first. "I am looking for a partner." Wild's Breath spoke frankly, "I believe we can help each other fend against others before we reach the troposphere." So, he is implying that our partnership will last only to the troposphere. Felix smiled in his mind, "That's exactly what I hoped for." Although Felix thought so, he didn't agree at once. Instead, he showed a thoughtful expression for a few seconds before saying, "I am down for it if the terms of the contract pleased me." "Do you have something prepared?" "Good, he is interested." Wild's Breath was quite elated by Felix's indirect agreement but he didn't show it. Instead, he manifested a holographic contract and allowed Felix to read it in peace. "Queen, compare it with the SG Partnership's default contract and show me only the differences in it," Felix requested. The Queen did as he was told and presented an invisible holographic contract that had multiple terms highlighted in bright green. Felix started reading those terms from the top meticulously, knowing that a tiny missed detail could cause him to lose his life. The MCS didn't give the players always from 30 minutes to 1 hour of bonding time for no reason. It was to give proper time to read the Alliance's contracts carefully. In 10 minutes, Felix had finished reading all of the changed terms and was satisfied with most of them. The ones that he didn't like, he negotiated with Wild's Breath to change them. After a couple more minutes of back and forth negotiations, the contract had been signed and a new partnership had been born. Sensation and Salt's master saw their interactions but they still didn't know if they had allied together or not. Felix and Wild's Breath kept the holograms invisible and their conversation telepathically for this reason. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to meet your idols?" Standing above a hovering lotus flower, Cain could be seen shouting at the mic passionately, appearing like a completely different person than before. Well, it was to be expected since MCS needed to be rowdy and passionate to hype the stadium and get a fat commission out of it. So, even if an MC appeared like a piece of ice in his daily life, he would transform into an energetic commentator. "Kielder. Sensation. I love you. Landlord. Blade. Cursor." The spectators sure responded well as cheers and chants had exploded throughout the fully booked stadium. Fans from different races, galaxies, planets, nationalities, and genders all gathered together in one place to watch and hopefully enjoy one heck of spectatorship. Whoosh whoosh. Under this zealous atmosphere, Felix and the rest of the players had materialized before all. Immediately after hearing their names, all of them showed pleased expressions and began waving their hands at their fans, sending another feverish wave. Alas, Cain didn't let them enjoy it for an extra second since the half-hour interview segment wasn't enough to cover even half of them. Thud. Hence, he floated down gracefully on his lotus flower and began the interview segment with Sensation since she was the prettiest of the bunch. While he was interviewing her, Lady Sphinx, J, Ramongandr, Erebus, and Kumiho were all seated in the same room where they had their meeting. There were 3 holograms before them, each focusing on a different champion. As for the rest of the primogenitors, they had their own champions to spectate. The only reason they gathered in the assembly to watch Felix's game was due to their curiosity about the peculiar situation. If there were primogenitors who were still interested to give Felix's game a look, they would definitely be members of the Darken faction. Why is that cutie having a leather bag attached to his waist? Kumiho asked in intrigue after spotting Felix's tiny bag. Alas, neither Lady Sphinx nor J. Ramungandra bothered to entertain her question. Ignoring me now? Kumiho pouted like a child, making Erebus want nothing but to slap the shit out of her. There was nothing more that he hated than seeing Kumiko's fake childish antics while she was literally as old as the universe. Though, he was also somewhat curious about that leather bag. He believed that he never saw Felix having it in his previous games through the highlights that he watched. Felix's fans were actually the first ones to notice it and start discussing its purpose. Do you think it holds his weapon? Leader Emma asked Marcus, who was seated next to her, documenting everything new about Felix. Possibly. Marcus said calmly, but what kind of tiny weapon is going to harm those players? True, the games allow bringing only weapons from common materials. Leader Emma agreed. It was common knowledge that artifacts or weapons made from high-grade materials were banned in the games to keep the fairness of the games intact. If artifacts were allowed, the players with rich backgrounds would steamroll the commoners who were climbing to change their lives. Hence, the only rank where artifacts were allowed was in the upper ELO of SG. At those ranks, everyone had enough money to get them decent artifacts. If they decided to be cheap and get trash, it would be on them when they get trashed by others' artifacts. I guess it holds needles. Marcus suggested intelligently. Landlord's poison is in mist form and won't hold its shape at such a high altitude. So, he must have brought hollow needles to fill them with poison and use them as a way to affect others. That's quite a smart move actually. Leader Emma praised. I can totally see our Lord doing it, but I still think that it would hard for those needles to penetrate the player's skin. Marcus didn't reply this time, as he was also confused about this matter. What are you hiding there exactly, Lord? Marcus thought while staring deeply at Felix's small leather bag. Alas, the interview segment ended and the mystery hadn't been solved even when Kane had interviewed Felix. The moment the segment ended, Kane clapped his hand once and all of the players had been teleported to the designated jumping pads in space. When Felix opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of a long line of players, that stretched to 100 meters. He looked to his left and spotted Sensation at the end of the line, making him sign in relief. However, immediately after looking at his right, his eyelids twitched at the sight of Salt's master standing 2 meters next to him. Shit, I need to take advantage of that 30 seconds grace period to put up as much distance as possible from him. Although he was planning his escape, Felix never showed a single ounce of worry on his face as he entered a stare-down with Salt's master's pupilless dark eyes. A moment later, Salt's master blinked his eyes and focused on Sensation, who was looking at them from the end of the line. Seeing that he changed his focus, Felix looked over Salt's master, wanting to see where his ally was placed. Upon noticing that he was also near the end of the other line, Felix sent him a message, "Let's meet in the middle when the game starts." Understood. Wild's breath gave a slight head nod to Felix and glanced down at the gigantic yellow planet. He was also wearing a suit that covered his entire body and head to protect him against the chill. If it wasn't for the players' names being visible on top of their heads, it would be difficult to recognize each other. Start the countdown. Kane commentated loudly while extending his hand at the 30 seconds countdown on the screen. Olivia and the rest of Felix's teammates were staring at the timer deeply with held breaths in anticipation and a hint of worry. They read what was written in the network and didn't know whether to believe it or not. Felix overcame so many impossible challenges it would be idiotic to doubt him brainlessly again. But, they still believed that this game was going to be his hardest challenge with the least chances to ace it. Soon, they stopped thinking about this and began counting backward with the viewers after the time reached 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Everyone inhaled deeply and shouted with reddened cheeks in excitement, "Jump! Chapter 531, The Thermosphere Layer. SHSHSH. Upon sensing something happening below his feet, Felix glanced down and saw that the platform was disintegrating rapidly. He swiftly looked around him and noticed that everyone's platforms were about to disappear as well. Not wanting to be the first to fall, Felix moved to the corner of the platform, standing on one tiptoe. Some players did the same as him while some jumped on their own and began diving downward rapidly, clearly planning to leave as much distance as possible right from the start. Alas, half a second wasn't enough to put a worth noting distance as the rest of the players followed after them unwillingly after the platforms completely disappeared. Since there wasn't any wind in space, their flailing limbs as they fell didn't make any sound, making the sight quite comical on the screen. Thankfully, all of them had decent training in the past 10 days as they had regained their balance after a couple of seconds. Immediately after getting into a star-like posture, Felix turned his head behind him and zoomed in on Salt's master, who was only a couple of meters behind him. He was truly put in an unfavorable position right from the start. There are 25 seconds left in the grace period. Kane informed the viewers, "We can already see that many players are trying their best to break away from each other by any means." Sure enough, Felix wasn't the only one trying his best to get out of the cluster, as most players were either using their abilities to increase their diving speed, slowing themselves up to get above the pack, or just break to the sides like Felix was doing. The method Felix was using to glide to the side was by spewing condensed white poisonous mist from his palms, propelling him slowly but surely away from Salt's master. The best part was the fact that the poisonous white cloud was left behind him, blinding anyone who went through it. Naturally, it didn't put the players to sleep after inhaling it due to being in the grace period, but it caused them some hindrance. Landlord's method to break off sure is annoying the players. Kane commentated while zooming inside the misty white cloud, showing that the players were having difficulty seeing in front of them. Only those above Felix were affected negatively, since the rest easily burst through the poisonous cloud before it gets shaped up. Meanwhile, Felix didn't give a shit about the other players as his full attention was placed on Salt's master, who was chasing after him. He clearly was aiming to eliminate Felix early so he could feel less pressured during the rest of the race. Mother F***, can't you leave me alone? It's a race. Felix cursed in his mind while watching Salt's master doing the same technique as Felix, but with a dark matter being spewed from his palms. He was actually moving slightly faster than Felix due to dark matter providing better propulsion. What do we have here? Kane zoomed on the peculiar chase and commentated in intrigue. For the stoic Salt's master to chase after landlord like this, it only meant he is either going for the bounty or he had an enmity with him. All of the viewers believed so, since it wasn't common for players to go out of their own way to aim at each other amidst a race without a solid benefit to go after. Only 5 seconds in the grace period. Is he going to strike him from that distance? Kane wondered while zooming out, showing that there were 10 meters between them, which wasn't considered much for those players. Felix knew that he would be in grave danger if he didn't do anything. Thor's ordinance will let me create a wide distance between us while at the same time making him regret being this close to me, but it's too soon to use such a trump card, especially when it butchers my energy. Felix pondered quickly, there must be another way. This sense of urgency sent his brain's gears running like an oiled motor, making him eliminate a plan after another each split second. However, he ended up coming with only failed plans. Just as all hope seemed lost, making Felix reach out to his leather bag, he received a telepathic message from Wild's breath, "I am right above you." Felix lifted his head instantly and saw that Wild's breath was indeed a couple of meters above him. At the start, he didn't even recognize him since he had half shape-shifted into a squirrel. While his body was still humanoid, he had a loose furry skin between his legs and hands. Due to it, his speed had been slowed greatly, unlike the others, making him be above most players. Because there was a thin presence of air in the thermosphere layer, he clearly managed to glide successfully here. It was only natural that gliding wouldn't be banned, unlike floating or hovering. That's because the players couldn't reduce their speed by more than 30% while the fall damage had been enhanced to 500%. So anyone attempting to glide down to the ground without a parachute wouldn't like the outcome. They really allied together. Salt's master frowned his eyebrows after spotting Wild's breath diving on an equal level to Felix. Felix had already stopped spewing poison after grouping up with his ally. However, his eyes never left Salt's master, who also stopped trying to approach him. He didn't mind trying to take care of Felix quickly and rejoin the race earlier. But now? He knew that both of them were going to delay him immensely if they went all out. Unlike Sensation, who received a direct order to focus on Felix, Salt's master had been told specifically to focus on the bet by Erebus. He better not appear in front of me again. Salt's master gave Felix a cold glance and switched his posture to nosediving so he could catch up with the rest. He could see that at least 15 players were way below them and still speeding further and further. Upon seeing that he had given up on him, Felix removed his hand from the leather bag on his waist. He could have easily given Salt's master a hard time, but he preferred holding in his cards this early. Having an ally in those situations was quite useful since it made everyone think twice about whether it was worth it to go on you or not. It seems that Landlord has finally decided to take an ally, Kane commentated. Some of Felix's fans were a bit disappointed as they thought that Felix would continue going solo through all of his games. However, the majority had welcomed the change as they knew that it was going to be just harder and harder for Felix to win games without relying on every resource available. Wild, let's speed up. Felix informed while changing his posture to a nosediving, we need to be near them when they start fighting for the rings. Wild's breath nodded his head in agreement and folded his hands and legs together. Then, he joined Felix in the same height level and continued going down while glancing upward from time to time. There were still 5 players above them and they could go all out on them at any moment. Boom! Out of nowhere, the noise of a muffled explosion reached Felix's ears, making him quickly focus in front of him. Upon zooming in with his enhanced vision, he managed to see an ongoing battle occurring between 3 players who were in the lead. The reason for their fight was a speeding ring that was shining brightly, making Felix notice it easily. Boom boom! Soon, his vision got covered by a steamy white fog from their fight, as one of them was a fire elementalist while the other was a water elementalist. As for the other player, he already retreated from the fight after getting struck by both of them at the same time. By retreating, he simply glided to the side until he heals himself and returns to the course. Meanwhile, Felix had swapped to an X-ray vision to keep watching as he wanted to see how the fight would end. However, he ended up sighing in disappointment after noticing that both players had stopped fighting at once and went through the speeding ring one after the other. When they emerged from the other side, their speed had been boosted by a whopping 20%, making them pull even further from the pack. They didn't continue their battle but separated from each other and kept nosediving rapidly. They clearly made a silent agreement to focus on pulling away from the pack so it would be just 1v1 when they reach the troposphere layer. The pack had realized the seriousness of the situation and currently trying their best to catch up. Kane commentated while zooming out on the slightly clustered group of players, where Felix was currently at its tail. All of them are aiming at that one speeding ring. Kane exclaimed in excitement, it's going to be mayhem with a high possibility of many players losing their lives. Everyone knew that he was absolutely right since the speeding ring was barely wide enough to let 5 players go through it at the same time. This meant anyone aiming at it would require to buckle up as he would be forced to experience a rain of abilities hurled at it. Landlord, do you have a plan? Wild's breath asked while glancing at Felix, who seemed deep in his thoughts. Chapter 532, The Thermosphere Layer 2. Good thing we are near the back. Felix grinned slightly while lightning charges began to emit from his fingers. I have a clear view to striking everyone who attempts to enter the speeding ring. Landlord. Upon receiving another telepathic message, Felix turned to Wild's breath and warned, if you don't have a way to resist lightning, I suggest you stay a couple of meters away from me. Understanding that he was planning to make a move, Wild's Breath didn't hesitate to separate himself from Felix by gliding to the side. "Leave me those at the back," Wild's Breath said while focusing on the 5 players above them. Just like they could easily strike those below them, the ones on top could do the same at any moment. When Felix heard so, he gave him a slight nod and focused back on the players. Boom, whoosh, bam. "It has begun," Kane shouted while highlighting the current ongoing chaos between the players in front of the pack and the ones behind them. The ones at the very front were using all of their defensive abilities to glaze through the barrage they were being fired at. They didn't bother to even try and retaliate since they would do nothing but help other players beside them. If a moron went and did so, it would be the same as staying behind to cover for the rest who would definitely prioritize going through the speeding ring more than anything. This led to a one-sided beatdown as the players in front kept succumbing to the tens of destructive abilities thrown at them. Creelder's abilities were the deadliest since he could use as many talismans as possible at a single time, making it possible to create one mega-destructive attack from 3 elements. That's exactly what he did as he had combined 4 talismans. One to summon a whirling tornado, another to create a blazing inferno. The other 2 had the same combination, making him manifest 2 destructive attacks that were fired without hesitation at those players ahead of him. The worst part, he had armor of lightning and flames covering his entire body, making it extremely difficult to hurt him since they were created to assault anything heading in his direction. Boom boom. The sky shook from the aftermath of those 2 combinations, ending up exploding upon contact with 2 players, who unluckily failed to glide to the side fast enough. Unfortunately, their shields only managed to weaken the abilities but not completely nullify them. This resulted in them being propelled into different directions while groaning in agony from the burn marks all over their skin. 2 down by Creelder. Kane shouted with a feverish tone. The rest were forced to retreat from the path to the ring to avoid getting bombarded. As he mentioned, most players in the front had decided to glide to the sides after realizing that it was impossible to continue tanking the salvos. In their eyes, even if they entered the speeding ring, the ones above them would do the same and the distance wouldn't change. Hence, they would continue being on the receiving end. After they retreated, Creelder, Salt's Master, Sensation, and the other players who were the ones responsible for the barrage had been switched to be in the front. Felix, Wild's Breath, and few more players were now the ones behind them. There were still at least 4 more kilometers before they reached the ring. But with their speed, that distance could be crossed in mere seconds. "That's it, line up for me." Felix narrowed his eyes at Salt's Master and the rest of the players below him, who were creating somewhat of a long line between them. Only Sensation was breaking the line as she was diving while sandwiched between 1 orc and fisherman, appearing like they were her bodyguards. No wonder most male players castrate themselves in fear of meeting with a charm elementalist in their game. She literally had obtained 2 meat shields in the first minutes of the game. The worst part, they could use their abilities based on her orders. With those bodyguards, my attack wouldn't do much to her. I guess I can only go for Salt's Master. Felix sighed in dejection while reaching towards his leather bag. Click. He unbuttoned it and reached inside with 2 fingers. Leader Emma and the rest of his fans leaned closer with unblinking eyes, desperate to know what he was packing inside. Just as they thought that it was going to be needles, Felix had pulled a 10 centimeters long silver nail that gleamed under the sunlight. A nail. Everyone was taken back as they had not expected that his hidden weapons were going to be F***ing nails. What was he going to do with them? Throw them, and hope to hit the player's eyes? The viewers were honestly baffled by the sight. However, before their thoughts could stray any further, Felix had closed one eye while placing his left hand above the shoulder of his extended right arm. At the tip of his index and middle finger, he appeared to be holding into the silver nail. But in reality, the silver nail wasn't touching his fingers at all as he was relying on his mental energy to keep it affixed like that. But posture still made him appear like he was aiming a gun at the players below him. SZ. Without any warning, Felix's entire arm had been engulfed in golden and blue lightning, coursing back and forth from the tip of his fingers to his shoulder. The moment Felix spotted that Salt's master, Creelder, and 2 more players were exactly in his crossfire, he murmured to himself, "Thor's ordnance, fire! Szlzlzlz." Unlike his soft murmur, his entire arm had brightened up like a flash bomb had gone off before a thick golden beam had been released from the tip of his fingers. Salt's master, Creelder, and some of the players had instantly activated either defensive abilities or escape abilities without taking a split second to think about it. Their instinct had sensed an incoming grave danger above them and they simply reacted based on it. Boom! 2 players who were slower to react were the victims of Felix's 4th active ability as the golden beam had penetrated their thighs and emerged from the other side, slightly dimmer but still going on strong towards the ring. Szlzlzlz. It missed Creelder's head by a meter, and went through the ring with a 20% boost in its speed. It was already fast enough, those who got harmed by it still hadn't realized that they had been hit. But with the enhanced speed, the golden beam actually reached the 2 first players in less than a millisecond. Upon feeling a sudden cold chill coursing on their backs, the players tried to turn around reflexively. Alas, only one of them managed to do it successfully, the other? Boom! The dimmed golden beam ended up striking him right in the back of his head, managing to explode it into a bloody shower akin to a bomb exploding inside of it. Hey! The other player who was about 5 meters near the explosion could only touch his face stiffly after being tainted by some blood drops. Thump thump! His heartbeats started to accelerate after his emotions began going out of control, bafflement, shock, horror, and fear. Looking at the corpse of that player get handled by the wind roughly, he knew that he had just dodged a bullet by luck. His emotions were shared by every player who was in that golden beam's crossfire. Arg! At last, the 2 players who got struck first had let out heart-wrenching screams after a hellish wave of pain assaulted their being. The players broke off their emotional shock after hearing their muffled screams. When they glanced at them, they couldn't help but sweat a little after seeing their bottom half turn into a bloody mess. Both of them were missing an entire leg while the other had a portion of it blown up by that golden's beam. Since they were the first to get hit, they endured its full power. What the F***ck was that? Kane's composure was completely ruined as he screamed at the mic in utter confusion and shock. His feelings were comprehensible as the camera was placed in front of the pack when the golden beam struck out of nowhere. Before the viewers could react, Kane was fast enough to show a replay of what happened, wanting to dig the source of that golden beam. When everyone saw the activation sequence of Thor's ordnance, their mouths were left agape as they had never seen such an ability from lightning element. How? I thought only light element have abilities that fire off golden beams. Holy shit! That beam had actually penetrated 3 players at once. No wonder he used a nail. He turned his F***ing arm into a railgun. A lightning elementalist player commentated with an odd tone while watching the stream live from his bracelet. Based on Thor's ordnance activation sequence that was shown, he somewhat understood how Felix managed to create the golden beam. He straightaway wrote it down on the stream chat, but his message got buried instantly due to trillions of fans spamming constantly in a frenzy. He shook his head and rewatched the replay again with a fascinated expression. I don't know the name of such incredible ability, but when I successfully copy it, I will definitely name it Railgun. Chapter 533, Thor's Ordnance. While the viewers were watching the replay, Salt's master, Sensation, and even Creelder, who went through the speeding ring, had turned their heads to look behind them. They wanted to know who fired such a dreadful attack. The moment they saw Felix's extended arm that was emitting smoke from the front, they instantly recognized the progenitor. No wonder I sensed lightning element when it passed by me. Creelder thought with a solemn expression while breaking away from the pack after getting the speed boost. This bastard almost had me. Meanwhile, Salt's master's poised attitude was no more, as he knew that he had survived merely through his monstrous reaction speed and element. Why? because the F***ing golden beam had actually gone through his body first. But it didn't cause him any harm as he had morphed his body into a living shadow, making him untargetable. TCH, his elemental manipulation sure puts mine to shame. Felix clicked his tongue in irritation after failing his ambush to get rid of Salt's master. He always knew that it was extremely difficult to kill Salt's master due to his ability to morph himself into a formless shadow. The ones able to morph into the element itself were all monsters since they require peak external and internal control of the element. Haha, your champion sure had unlocked a fine ability of Thor's. Erebus praised with a hollow laugher. Ramongandra and Lady Sphinx snickered together as they had seen before how his eyes almost leapt out of their sockets when the beam had penetrated Salt's master. If his champion wasn't good enough, Erebus would have lost the bet in the very first minutes of the game. Lucky dog! Kumiho cursed Erebus softly while focusing on Sensation's stream, seeing that her champion had ordered her meat shields to use their defensive abilities to cover her. It wasn't just her who had taken extreme measures of defense, as the rest of the players below Felix had used at least one defensive ability. Nice one, Landlord! Wild's Breath praised telepathically after he regrouped with him. Although many players managed to go through the speeding ring, he was still delighted. Alas, Felix didn't share the same joy as him since he had failed to kill or at least heavily wound Salt's master. Now? He knew that Thor's Ordanus wouldn't have the same results since its activation sequence was high-profiled. When they spot him preparing to use it, they would stack up shields and wait for him to waste his energy. Some might argue that his strike was beyond successful since he had taken care of 3 players at once. But Felix didn't give a shit about them, only Sensation and Salt's master were in his eyes now. Landlord has shown his hand and it was a big one. But it was his turn to feel the wrath of the players above him. One of them had summoned a giant lightning bolt while another had morphed his arm into a water-based bazooka. The other 3 had decided to participate in the attack, wanting to get rid of Felix so he wouldn't threaten them with Thor's ordnance anymore. It's my turn. Upon seeing the seriousness of the situation, Wild's Breath had dove below Felix and said telepathically, "Hop in." Understanding what he was aiming to do, Felix didn't hesitate to hold into Wild's back fur. When Wild felt his grip, he immediately opened up his arms and legs, slowing his speed down but at the same time obtaining astonishing mobility in the air. Whoosh whoosh! The abilities kept missing them as Wild had been zigzagging left and right, making it extremely difficult for the players to aim at him. The worst part, he wasn't just gliding left and right, but also closing his arms and legs for a sudden plunge just to open them up and dodge other abilities. His movements left Felix satisfied by his pick as he had chosen him specifically for his shape-shifting abilities. In a few moments, Felix and Wild's Breath had finally gone through the speeding ring, emerging faster than ever on the other side. I will detach. Felix immediately let go of Wild's Breath fur after saying so. They had only 10 seconds of speed boost and he didn't want to waste it by slowing them down. As for the attacks, they stopped the moment they reached the speeding ring since it was going to be even harder to hit them now. After all, the only reason the players aimed at each other was due to the speeding ring making it obvious which direction those players would be heading to. Landlord and Wild's Breath truly have an amazing synergy. Kane praised. Wild's Breath could take care of defense and mobility while Landlord could take care of offense by using his long-range abilities to open up paths and thinning their competitors. It sounded good on paper, but Felix knew that he couldn't rely on Thor's ordnance too many times since to create the mind-blowing propulsion, he needed to use at least 60% of his lightning energy. Right now, he had only 30% poison energy left and 0% lightning energy. Naturally, with the SNES emergency energy tank, he was back to 100% in no time. However, he knew that he could utmost use it 6 times before a SNE taps out. Since the players were still too wary of it, it wasn't going to give the same results as the last time. The reason Thor Ordanus consumes so much energy was due to its activation sequence. There are 2 parallel currents on either side of Felix's hand. The first one was going towards the palm of the hand while the second one coming back towards his body. Those two currents were represented by the blue and golden lightning that were going back and forth on his arm. Without a projectile that acts as a bridge between the two currents, they wouldn't be able to do anything besides continue to consume Felix's energy. However, the consumed energy doesn't just evaporate but actually builds up more force. When Felix feels that enough force was built up, he simply flicks the nail's head with his index finger. This causes the driving current to go through the positive side, through the projectile, nail, and comes back through the negative side, using the Lorentz force with the addition of Fleming's left-hand rule. The end result? The nail gets projected by the electromagnetic force akin to a bullet, turning it into a golden beam from all the force that was stored in the activation sequence. The more force stored during the activation sequence, the bigger the golden beam would get plus faster, making it almost impossible to be dodged. Felix was more than careful in his attack as he had utilized all of the stored lightning energy in it. Yet, it turned out that wasn't enough to take down that monster. But neither most viewers nor the players knew about any of this since it was their first time seeing such an ability in play. Based on its sophistication and complexity, it would require a genius lightning elementalist to pull it off with his elemental manipulation. Soon, 3 minutes had passed by without any fight occurring in the sky since there wasn't anything to fight for. Everyone was trying his best to keep up with the pack since being left behind at those moments could be fatal. Oh! Is that a ring or a teleportation circle? Felix pondered while zooming in on a tiny shiny object tens of kilometers below him. As they got closer and closer, the tiny shiny objects kept increasing substantially, allowing even the player with the worst vision of the bunch to notice them. So many teleportation circles. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise after seeing that all of them were creamy white. After a quick counting, he came up with 10 teleportation circles all placed randomly and somewhat far from each other. 10 teleportation circles ahead. Felix informed Wild's Breath, the first one is still 20 kilometers or so away from us. I assume that there was at least 5 kilometers distance between each one of them. You can see that far? Wild's Breath exclaimed in shock at such detailed information. His eyes had been shape-shifted into an eagle's eyes. Not just any eagle but one of the finest ones with astounding vision. Yet, he was able to spot only 4 teleportation circles. Good thing I didn't speak first. Wild's Breath wiped his forehead and lied through his teeth, I can see them as well. What's the plan? Should we enter one of them or avoid them at all cost? Felix thought about it for a second while taking in newer information about the distances between each teleportation circle. Then, he nodded his head and said, let's enter the first one since it is going to teleport us at least 3 kilometers below but 1 kilometer off course. So, it's worth the risk. Most players are going to aim for it as well. Wild's Breath said with a grin, how about you give them the same treatment? Heh, like hell I will keep wasting my energy to keep opening up the way. Felix scoffed in his mind. He understood that Wild's Breath mobility cost him minimum energy unlike him who needs to place everything in a single strike. If he kept using Thor's ordnance wantonly, it wouldn't end pleasantly when their partnership breaks off since he would have more energy than him. No, that ability consume a lot of my energy and it wouldn't have the same result as before. It's not worth it. Felix refused his suggestion and offered a simple clarification to not break off the partnership so soon. After all, he still needed a mount to carry him through those 3 layers. Wild's Breath in his squirrel form was a fine mount. Chapter 534, Creelder. Are you certain in your calculations? Wild's Breath changed the subject since he also didn't want to fall out with Felix so soon. 90%. Felix nodded his head firmly. Upon hearing so, Wild's Breath didn't add anything else. Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, Sensation and Creelder were leading it by a small margin. They were first to veer off slightly to the right so they could enter the teleportation circle. While Sensation wasn't making any other moves, Creelder had brought out 4 talismans at once and folded them in his palms. I must get rid of this charm elementalist before I run out of mental defense talismans. Creelder planned with a serious expression. He understood that he was dangerously close to sensation. If she decided to switch her target to him abruptly while he wasn't protected by the talismans, his fate would be the same as those two players guarding her. Blade Cursor had successfully gone through the teleportation circle. Meanwhile, Kane was commentating while placing the camera on that player who was leading the entire race by 5 kilometers or so. However, after the teleportation, he ended up widening the distance by 15 kilometers. *CK This bastard's luck is going win him the game. Felix cursed. It wasn't just him who felt this way, as the players had all started to feel skittish by the current status quo. They understood that if someone didn't try to stop him, the *er would keep widening the distance little by little. That's because they would be fighting against each other, slowing themselves up in the process while he would continue to go at his fastest speed. The only way to catch up to him was by not fighting in the next 2 layers and hope that he would get hindered by the obstacles in the last layer. Lastly, enter a teleportation circle and get even luckier than him by teleporting to a circle that was tens of kilometers ahead of everyone. This was the reason why everyone was currently aiming at the first teleportation circle. All of them would be getting one free opportunity to change their current placement without any risk of getting teleported backward. Ureahum. Just as Felix wanted to check on Wild's breath, his expression changed to a startled one after spotting that Creelder's hands burning with green fire. How much did he use and who is going to be his target? Felix raised his vigilance to the max as he kept zooming on him. There was only 1 kilometer between them and he could most definitely aim at him. Since his burning hands were high-profiled, everyone had noticed them and raised their guards against him. Is he finally making a move on me? Sensation thought while glancing behind the giant body of her orc bodyguard. However, the players waited and waited, yet Creelder didn't strike anymore. He simply kept diving towards the teleportation circle that was already in plain sight. It would take him probably less than 4 seconds to reach it. Since Sensation and her guards were near him, it would take them the same amount. Naturally, the players behind them weren't going to let them enter it that smoothly, as they had activated multiple offensive elemental abilities and waited until they got closer to the circle. The instant they saw that they were mere hundreds of meters away from it, they fired everything at once, fully confident that their abilities would hit one of them. Whoosh whoosh! Filthy orc! Protect me well! Sensation ordered sternly while taking cover below the orc's giant body, turning him into an umbrella in a rain of abilities. Boom boom! Due to his wide back, he ended up eating most of the abilities thrown at them. Thankfully, the other charmed fisherman player had created a water shield around them before, letting it tank a few abilities before breaking down. Just as Sensation tried to check the orc's wounds, a sudden chill coursed on her back, making her feel like a gun was pointed straight at her temple. Landlord! The golden beam was the first thing that came up in her mind. However, when she swiftly turned her head, she was horrified by the sight of Creelder, holding a bow made completely out of greenish flames. He was drawing 2 greenish flaming arrows while aiming at her head. Because of the previous rain of abilities, there was smoke everywhere resulting from their explosive collisions. Creelder had taken advantage of that chaotic situation to pull a fast one on Sensation. Whoosh whoosh! Not giving her a split second to think, Creelder released his bowstring and watched the first arrow explode in contact with the fisherman's chest, killing him instantly. The water shield that was protecting them earlier had been destroyed by the previous salvo, leaving them vulnerable to Creelder. Before Sensation could regain her wits at losing one of her meat shields, Creelder fired off the other arrow right at her face. Whoosh whoosh! Abruptly, her 3 fluffy white tails had moved on their own and stacked in front of her face, trying to protect her from the arrow. When some of Creelder's fans saw this, the first thought that coursed in their mind was, is she for real? However, before they could ridicule her futile attempt, they were left in absolute disbelief after seeing that the flaming arrow managed to bypass only 2 tails before exploding after touching the last one. Whoosh! 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 Right after the explosion occurred, the three of them had gone through the teleportation circle and disappeared at once. Where are they now? Cain opened his eyes widely and started looking for them from a teleportation circle to another. Soon, he spotted that all three of them had been separated. Creelder had been sent only 5 kilometers away and 2 kilometers off course. Meanwhile, the orc had actually ended up getting sent to a teleportation circle that was 15 kilometers away from the pack. However, he still seemed under the control of Sensation's charm element as he was wobbling all over like a puppet without its master. His back was a bloody mess from the previous attacks, yet he didn't seem to feel anything. There was a peculiar black patch on his back that no one had noticed. Cain ignored him and focused the camera on Sensation, who emerged 10 kilometers away from the pack but was still engulfed in greenish flames, making all of her fans cry loudly in despair. Good shit. Meanwhile, the sight had sent Felix over the clouds. He didn't know if she was dead or alive, but he was beyond joyful just from the fact that her bodyguards had been dealt with properly. A normal charm elementalist without men to protect her was the same as a defenseless kitty. However, Sensation wasn't just any ordinary charm elementalist. After the greenish fire had disappeared, most viewers who didn't know anything about spirit foxes were startled by the newly breathtaking image of Sensation. She had fully transformed into a milky white fox with 3 giant tails behind her. The tails had their tips colored in pink, appearing like they hadn't been damaged at all by the previous explosion. F***ing hell, she actually managed to pull it off during the explosion. Felix cursed while clutching wild breaths for dearly for his life as they were getting bombarded after reaching the teleportation circle. He already knew about her full transformation as she had used it once or twice in her previous games. Based on his research, the transformation enhances her charm to an unfathomable level. In addition, it turns her tails into killing machines as their fluffiness was merely a decoy to the monstrous strength within them. Although her other body parts remained weaker, the fur becomes resistant to multiple destructive elements. This was the reason why the 3 tails had managed to block the flaming arrow before. Sensation had activated her transformation instinctively after realizing the grave danger she was in. Hehe, it's not that easy to get rid of my girl. Kumiho giggled in enjoyment after seeing that Erebus and Lady Sphinx were showing disgruntled expressions. Meanwhile, Creelder merely shrugged his shoulders and continued diving after her. He tried and failed to kill her. The worst part, she didn't bother to even glance at Creelder or the pack behind him as she went full out in her dive to catch up to the orc. He was more important than anything currently. Whoosh whoosh. Meanwhile, Felix and Wild's breath had successfully gone through the teleportation circle. They did it while staying in touch so they would get teleported to the same destination. If Sensation didn't get ambushed at such a critical moment, she would have touched her bodyguards to take them with her. A split second later, Felix and Wild's breath had emerged from another teleportation circle while being focused by the camera. When their fans saw the distance crossed, they could only shake their heads in dejection. The unlucky dogs had been teleported to the second teleportation circle, crossing merely 5 kilometers just like Creelder. Meanwhile, Blade Cursor and that orc were at least 15 kilometers away from them. Give me a ***ing break already. Vexed with his streak of garbage luck, Felix could only whine about it in his mind while detaching himself from Wild's breath. Poor thing, he would have ended in the first place by now if he didn't ally with a burden like you. Asna fired shots with a taunting voice. Totally ignoring her remark, Felix searched in front for Salt's master, wanting to check his current position. Salt's master and a few more players had entered the circle before them. He had already noticed that multiple players had ended up either near them or 5 kilometers ahead of them. However, there was no sight of Salt's master no matter where he looked. Chapter 535, Salt's master showing his hand. Where did this bastard go? Felix frowned his eyebrows while activating his infrared vision. After another full sweep, he still didn't spot him. Don't tell me he is above me. Felix looked back immediately and was met with the sight of those 5 players going through the first teleportation circle. Still, no sight of Salt's master. He can't just disappear into thin air. Felix knew that Salt's master must have used some sort of an ability to conceal himself. Hence, he kept inspecting everything thoroughly in his line of sight. Yet, he ended up empty-handed again. This is a little bit worrisome. Felix would be lying if he said that he wasn't spooked. One of the most dangerous players in the game had gone completely invisible. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine as he felt like Salt's master could pop out anytime behind him and stab him. Most of the players didn't notice Salt's master's disappearance since they were focused on the race, unlike Felix who had a bet to win. Meanwhile, Kane and the viewers were the only ones with knowledge about Salt's master's current whereabouts. Unbelievable, Salt's master actually took advantage of the previous chaotic situation to cast a shadow on the orc, Heavy Punch. Kane commentated in admiration while highlighting the hidden play that Salt's master had pulled off when everyone's attention was on Creelder and Sensation. It could be seen on the screen that he had cast a shadow on the orc's back and somewhat teleported to that shadow. When the orc entered the teleportation circle, Salt's master had been taken with him. Since he ended up luckily being tens of kilometers away from the pack, Salt's master had benefited from it the most. The best part? The F***ing orc was still charmed, making Salt's master continue staying connected to him like his own shadow without him noticing anything peculiar. If it wasn't for Sensation's mental control, Salt's master would be sensed instantly by the orc. His plan is indeed quite wicked, but how long is he going to remain connected with Heavy Punch? Kane wondered while showing the viewers how the orc kept spinning randomly due to his unbalanced state. Since he was under a heavy dose of mental control, he couldn't fix his posture at all. This resulted in Salt's master feeling everything in his shadow form. Isn't it better to detach and nosedive? He will be much faster this way. Sophia asked while tilting her head in confusion. True, and he wouldn't need to deal with the wild spinning. Kenny agreed, he must be extremely dizzy now. I don't care about any of this. Olivia booed at the stream and chanted with her tiny fist in the air, switch to Felix. Switch to Felix. Alas, George and the rest ignored her chants and continued their discussion on Salt's master's peculiar plans. Yet, no matter how long they discuss, they could never find out Salt's master's true aim. Minutes went by in the race without anyone making sudden moves. Even when they reached the teleportation circles, they simply ignored them and continued diving normally. No one was a moron to make such a risky move since any teleportation they take now has the possibility to send them back to the first teleportation circle. Since they had already entered it before, they wouldn't be able to use it again. Hence, they would be left at the far back with almost no chance of winning the game unless everyone died somewhat. Felix and Wild's Breath were currently one of the 7 players at the back of the pack. Due to the teleportation circle, the pack was actually split up into multiple groups. The biggest one was Felix's group. Since the thermosphere layer's height ranges from 90 km to 800 km, the players had to actually drop for about 160 km just in this layer alone. Double the distance they require to travel through the other 3 layers. Hence, the reason why the race had entered a prolonged peaceful period that lasted for 5 minutes before another speeding ring had appeared before all. Because the pack had been split up, thinning the numbers of players, a silent agreement was made to simply go through them without starting needless trouble. The only one who ended not entering the speeding ring was Salt's master, who still remained connected to the spinning orc throughout the entire duration. In those 5 minutes, his absence was finally noticed by the rest of the players. However, all of them assumed that he had been teleported to the very front previously and he was too far to be seen. This conclusion had made them slightly antsy, but still, no one made any rush moves. Meanwhile, Sensation was getting closer and closer to the orc since she had received that 20% speed boost unlike him. She appeared quite desperate to recover her meat shield as she had been focusing all this time to bridge the gap between them. When Kumiho saw this, her grip tightened on her armchair. Hat, finally starting to get nervous. Erebus smirked while supporting his head with his palm. Can you blame her? Lady Sphinx said casually, her champion is about to face the deadliest ambush in her life by your champion. I got to admit, your champion's patience and intelligence are truly praiseworthy. Ramongandra complimented. Salt's master truly deserved to be praised as everything that he went through was to create this deadly ambush on Sensation. It was to be expected that he would target her since this was a three-way champions battle. When an opportunity like this showed itself, he didn't hesitate to grab it. Filthy orc, causing me so much trouble. Sensation cursed in disgust as she neared Heavy Punch. There were only a few hundred meters separating them. At last. Meanwhile, Salt's master couldn't see anything due to being in a shadow form. However, he could sense the distortion in the air hundreds of meters above him. He wasn't fully certain if the one causing it was Sensation, but he knew that it was highly going to be her, since no one would want to be this near to another player, even to a seemingly harmless orc. 100m, 50m, 30m, 20m. Immediately after Sensation crossed the last 20 meters and got on the same level as the orc, she ordered in her mind, "Wake up, you useless ox." Just like a magic spell was cast on him, Heavy Punch's eyes started to open up, showing a tiny pink heart in the pupils. "Now, try to regain your balance," she ordered again while staying 5 meters to his side, not wanting to get close to him while his limbs were flailing everywhere. Heavy Punch found it quite difficult to regain his balance due to his dizziness, as everything appeared to be spinning in his eyes. But after he adapted somewhat, he got it done eventually. However, a nasty headache soon assaulted him, making him clutch his head in pain. "What's wrong with you?" Sensation asked while approaching him rapidly. "Headache, dizzy, so dizzy." Heavy Punch responded by single words like a toddler. Sensation wasn't weirded out by this, since it was her ability's doing. Dumbing down the men so they would be much easier to order around. However, at this very moment, this ability was about to lead to her downfall, as Heavy Punch hadn't realized that someone was on him. "Stop whining, I will fix it now." Sensation aimed her palm at Heavy Punch's head and released an invisible pink wave. However, before the particles could reach Heavy Punch's forehead, Sensation was startled by the world suddenly turning completely dark. Oh no! Realizing what happened, Sensation immediately tried to transform into a spirit fox for extra defense. Alas, no matter how fast she was, it would never be faster than Salt's master in his own body. Slice! 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 A split second later, Sensation's transformation was stopped on its own. How could she transform when all of her body limbs and head had been severed from their places like they were made out of tofu? Sensation's brain had already short-circuited, not allowing her to have a single thought about the situation. As for her body, it was displaying all signs of fear and agitation. From her accelerated heartbeats to her body hair standing stiffly. It was said that people with severed heads remain conscious for a few seconds. No one knew if that true. But in the case of Sensation, she was able to see clearly a shadowy face appear in front of her and mouth off a short sentence. "May you find peace in the spiritual realm." Sensation piecing out those words was the last thing that ever coursed in her mind before fountains of blood gushed out of her severed limbs and head. She couldn't be any more dead. A champion had fallen, but not in the hands of Felix. This was the Champions Games, no one was safe from anyone. Chapter 536, Blazing Through It. When the darkness withdrew, the viewers and the players were left with the shocking sight of Sensation's severed parts being cast into different directions. Unbothered by the blood, Salt's master's body got reconstructed above the orc's back. Before the viewers and the players could break out of their daze at such a sudden harrowing image, Salt's master waved his hand down abruptly and the head of the orc got severed as well by a shadowy line. He got executed right when Sensation's charm abilities lost their effects on him. Salt's master dusted his clothes and jumped away from the orc's corpse, as he knew that it was going to lose control soon and hurl blood everywhere. When he got into a diving posture and carried on his journey coolly as nothing had happened, only then did viewers and the players react. Hooah! While the viewers exploded in cheers of excitement at such a deadly ambush, the players all shuddered in fear at the sight of Sensation's current appearance. They never assumed that Sensation would actually end up getting killed right after she survived an ambush by Creelder. Mother Fasterisker, he really planned far ahead to get rid of us. Felix didn't feel an ounce of joy at the notion of Sensation getting eliminated. He understood that the rules of the three-way champions game were slightly different. First, the one who wins the game wins everything. However, that's only applicable if the champions didn't get killed in the hands of another champion. Since Sensation got killed by Salt's master, this meant that Kumiho's treasures would be given to Erebus even if Felix won the game. This rule was done like this to make the champions battle against each other and bring the best entertainment to the primogenitors. After all, where was the fun in the game if the champions kept ignoring each other and just focusing on the win? So, 2 treasures were already secured by Erebus, leaving only 2 for Felix to bring home. Felix already was in a disadvantageous situation due to being 10 kilometers behind Salt's master. What's worse, there was only Cursed Blade ahead of Salt's master. Felix knew that he wouldn't cause much trouble to Salt's master. So how could he feel joy in this situation? Salt's master showed his true colors. Kane commentated with a feverish tone, no wonder he remained connected with Heavy Punch for so long. His target was the pretty Sensation all along. The viewers didn't know why he cared to wait for so long just to slay Sensation, but they still cheered him on after finally spilling some blood and enlivening the game. You leaving already? Meanwhile, in that cozy room, Erebus asked Kumiho with a wide grin. I have another champion game in less than 5 minutes. I need to catch it lest Saurus gets upset with me for not watching it with him. Kumiho spoke casually while standing up like her champion didn't just get slaughtered. I see. Erebus smirked and requested, can you hand me the harp and the amulet? I want to feel them in my hands. Kumiho didn't bother to entertain his cheap attempt to humiliate her. She simply clicked on her bracelet and said, check your email inbox, I have sent the serial codes. VRR. Sure enough, Erebus's bracelet vibrated slightly, letting him know that she wasn't kidding. Before he could start bickering with her, she blew a kiss at them and said, bye-bye, let's meet at another time. Then, she exploded into light particles. Although she appeared cool about the entire situation, she was slightly pissed at the fact that Sensation died before she had gotten Felix's secrets. Kumiho dearly wanted to know the deal between Felix, Lady Sphinx, and J. Ramongundr. Alas, it wasn't meant to happen this time. I guess it's just us now. Erebus said with a faint grin while glancing at J. Ramongundr and Lady Sphinx. You better change that cocky grin, Erebus. J. Ramongundr advised calmly as he eyed Felix, the game is not over yet. Erebus merely chuckled, believing that he was a bit delusional if he thought that Felix had any chance of winning this. He knew that the only chance that Felix had to win this was by entering with Salt's master in a thunderstorm and utilize a lightning-based ability. He didn't know if Felix had any ability that could be used in that environment, but Erebus preferred thinking of the worst scenario possible. Due to the distance between the two of them, it was going to be almost impossible to enter the same thunderstorm. So, Salt's master simply needs to keep going at the same pace and he would emerge victoriously. The primogenitors stopped speaking and focused on the game as they noticed that the players were getting closer and closer to the third layer in the atmosphere, mesosphere. Only 40 kilometers are left before Blade Cursor and Salt's master reach the mesosphere layer. Kane wondered, are they going to slow their speed as much as possible to avoid getting burned or just blaze through it? Blaze through it. Blaze through it. Blaze through it. The viewers cheered on the latter as they wanted nothing more but to watch the players enter the mesosphere layer akin to a meteor shower. Alas, only a few players were planning on doing so since they had adequate abilities to turn off the fire and keep it off as they penetrate the mesosphere layer, or they were simply fire resistant. Landlord, when we reach the edge of the thermosphere layer, making sure to hold into me as I will be slowing our speed to the minimum. Wild's breath informed. Felix thought about it for a few seconds and shook his head. No thank you, I will be going at my fastest speed. Oh. Do you have a method to survive getting burnt? Wild's breath asked. No. Wild's breath got shocked after hearing his blunt response. Are you nuts? Didn't you attempt blazing through the mesosphere layer in the practice runs? It's impossible to resist the burning effect without having some abilities to rely on. Wild's breath said. Don't mind me. Felix gave him a slight nod and said, if you are planning to slow down, then our partnership will most likely come to an early end. I am not that brazen to copy you. Wild's breath rejected. Very well then. Felix smiled faintly and said, if we managed to cross paths before the troposphere layer, let's continue supporting each other. All right. Although Wild's breath seemed like he agreed, he knew deep down that Felix would be in great trouble if he carried out his plan. Hell, he somewhat believed that Felix might end up burning to dust if he had absolutely nothing to help him out. Felix didn't care about anyone's thoughts as he already planned to use a method to survive through the experience. It would be extremely painful, but he wasn't a foreigner to pain at all. Asna, who read his mind and saw his plan, could only show a subtle hint of worry. But, her tone was as sadistic as ever. Felix on fire, this is a dream comes true. F***ing psycho. Felix's eyelids twitched after hearing so. Then, he ignored everything and emptied his mind, preparing himself for the upcoming hellish agony. Minutes went by and the ceiling of the mesosphere layer was getting closer and closer to Felix. Meanwhile, Cursed Blade and Salt's master had already gone through it after using a slowing ring that was extremely close to the mesosphere layer's ceiling. By utilizing it, they didn't end up burning at all, but their speed had been slowed substantially. This helped the players bridge the distance from 10 kilometers to only 5 kilometers. However, Cursed Blade and Salt's master weren't worried that much since they knew that only a few players would ignore slowing their speed. The majority were definitely going to use the ring as well. This would return the distance between them to normal again. 6 kilometers, 4 km. 2 kilometers, 500 meters. The moment the players crossed over the half-kilometer mark between them and the layer's ceiling, they immediately moved based on their preset plans. As expected, more than 15 players have decided to play it safely. Kane commentated while highlighting the biggest pack of players gliding towards the slowing ring that was slightly off course. This left only 5 players in different heights still going strong on their main course. Creelder, Burning Crusade, Waterloo, Serenity, and Landlord are planning on continuing on with their speed. This will help them a lot. Kane commentated in excitement at first before arching his eyebrows at the realization that Felix didn't show any sort of ability to help him out. How our poison and lightning element are going to help him fend off against the burning effect? Kane asked in bafflement. Alas, the viewers were just as bewildered as he was. However, before they could start to ponder on this matter, their eyes were captured by Creelder slapping 2 talismans on his body, creating some sort of a red halo barrier on him. Meanwhile, Waterloo and Serenity had engulfed themselves inside water spheres to keep them wet. Only Burning Crusade and Felix had yet to make a move, even though the mesosphere layer was right in front of their faces. The viewers understood that Burning Crusade had a fire immunity, but what about Felix? Just as they tried to think of solutions that Felix had prepared, they were left in absolute disbelief at the sight of him turning in a burning man as he blazed through the mesosphere layer. This created an image of 2 shooting stars, representing Felix and Burning Crusade. While Burning Crusade appeared just fine, the image of Felix's skin getting scorched black almost made his fans, grandfather, and Olivia faint on the spot. They instantly knew that Felix had gone full commando without having anything to rely on. Chapter 537, Abominable Pain Tolerance. This little bastard is going to give me a F***ing heart attack. Robert yelled with reddened cheeks at the stream, appearing completely outraged by Felix's decision. Who could blame him? In his eyes, Felix already had all the money in the world to spend for eternity. His safety was guaranteed by the Witch Empire. So, there was no reason for Felix to continue risking his life in the games in such a fashion. Alas, if only he knew that Felix's sense of responsibility toward the elders in his mind was the reason why he always takes every game as seriously as possible. Even if the elders told him not to go that far, Felix would still do it since he would never half-ass a game just to avoid feeling some pain. Landlord has gone f***ing nuts. Cain yelled, his body might survive it but the pain he will be experiencing is beyond understanding. I won't feel surprised if he ended dying from neurogenic shock. Just as Cain claimed, Felix was truly in great pain as his entire body was burning from the scalp to his tiptoes. Arg! However, he simply gritted his teeth and kept his eyes closed shut as he dove down with his arms extended in a guard position in front of his face. He knew that he would get burned to the bones if he didn't heal himself at the same time. So, he was utilizing the agitator inducement to keep his flesh always recovering as it was burning. This made it impossible for his nervous system to get burnt and relieve him from his misery. You got this, Felix. Asna cheered him on after starting to feel slightly bad for him. She didn't why the change of heart as she would have been enjoying his agonizing state before. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx and Ramongendra didn't look worried at all. Instead, they had confident smiles planted on their faces, making Erebus slightly confused and curious. Aren't you worried that he might pass out or die from pain? Erebus wondered. No. Both responded at the same time. Why so? Erebus asked again. Lady Sphinx and Ramongendra looked at each other and smiled, leaving Erebus's question unanswered. Whatever, even if the kid didn't die, he will most definitely not emerge in his optimal form. Erebus thought calmly, he already had almost a zero chance to turn this around in his peak form, don't even mention now. While Erebus was doubting Felix, his champion had noticed that he was being in hot pursuit by Felix. He's nuts. How could anyone tolerate such pain? Salt's master exclaimed in his mind, breaking his composure yet again. He truly didn't expect Felix to go for such a risky move to keep himself in the game. Hell, even Krailder and the other 4 players near Felix were feeling chills as they looked at his crumbling skin that turns into ash. Then, it gets recovered to almost peak just to be burnt again. I gotta say that although the human's cultivation system isn't the best, it sure helps build abnormal pain tolerance to each cultivator. Cain commentated with a hint of admiration in his tone. His praise made the human viewers all feel fluffy inside. Moments of pride like those were extremely rare since humans were used to getting cursed at or ignored by other races due to their historical f***ck ups and their shitty personalities. So to have their cultivation system get praised before viewers from all over the universe was a big deal to many commoners and bloodliners as it made them feel slightly acknowledged. Landlord. You got this. Keep it up, Landlord. We believe in you. Landlord. Chants resounded all over the stadium, coming from different corners since the spectators were getting merged together. All of them were eyeing the screen with folded hands or clutching the top of their heads in worry and hope. They could see that the distance left was a whopping 30 kilometers before he reaches the stratosphere. He only needs to reach it and wouldn't need to worry about being burned again due to the game's modifications. But 30 kilometers drop? It would take him at least 1 to 2 minutes to reach the ceiling of the stratosphere layer if he kept in the same posture. The viewers could only watch him burn up akin to a falling star as he speeds past Krailder, Serenity, and the other 2 players besides him. It was normal that he would be faster than them since the wind that was supposed to hinder him from reaching his fastest speed was the one fueling his fire. Not in my watch. Burning Crusader immediately extended his palms behind his back and began spewing concentrated blue flames, making them seem like 2 jets. Since he was also Crow halfling, his upper body was humanoid, unlike his button half. He didn't possess wings just like Hell's Crow. Whoosh! Still, his speed had exploded, making him close the distance to Felix quite easily. He didn't want to utilize this technique since it consumes quite a lot of energy to keep his speed boosted. He wanted to keep it until the last layer, but he also didn't want to walk away from such a free kill. He could see that Felix was struggling to deal with the pain, making it the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. Whoosh! When he got in the perfect position to fire at Felix, he didn't hesitate to open his mouth and spew a breath of fire at him. Felix didn't even bother to glance at the attack as he had already sensed his murderous intent from a mile away, even though he was under unbearable agony. The way he countered the attack was by unleashing the lightning stored in his body so he would slow down the attack aimed at him. As mentioned before, this slowness was in his own perspective. In this situation, having the ability to think and move 10 times faster than the attack was beyond crucial, since it allowed Felix to reach out to the leather bag and pull out a boiling hot red nail. Not wanting to add extra pain to himself, Felix held the nail with his mental energy and placed it almost instantaneously between 2 fingers that were already pointing at Burning Crusade. Upon seeing that the fire breath was merely 5 meters away from him, Felix didn't hesitate to start the activation sequence of Thor's ordnance. Since everything was happening almost at the speed of sound, Felix managed to fuel the ability substantially. Then, Felix stomached the pain in his burnt black fingers and flicked the nail's head like he was flicking a piece of crumpled paper. Immediately after, Felix had closed the lightning containers with his mental control, allowing his mind to see and process everything again at a normal speed. The first thing that came into his vision was Burning Crusade's expression that was in the process of changing from confident to horrified in a single moment. Boom! Alas, before his expression could manifest fully, the golden beam had gone through the fire breath and emerged from the back of his chest, leaving a white hole after it disappeared in the horizons. Whoosh! Felix didn't come fully unscathed from this, as the remaining of the fire breath still landed on him, adding to his misery. Thankfully, his body was already scorched black to make any difference. 2 attacks happened at the same time, but the results were utterly different, making the viewers doubt their eyes as they didn't expect that outcome would turn to be like this. Just like the players, they knew about Felix's abilities separately, but they seemed to forget that Felix's lightning quick passive could be combined with every ability he owns. F*** came sideways, he fired the same golden beam in less than a split second. How could anyone defend against it? Waterloo, who was above them, drew a deep breath in agitation. He immediately glid to the left, putting more distance between him and Felix. Creelder and the other 2 players did the same, as they didn't want to go all out in the 3rd layer. Burning Crusade's bloody corpse was the perfect warning that Felix wasn't an easy kill, even if he was literally getting fried. Landlord. Oh, Landlord. Your pain tolerance sure put everyone's to shame. Kane said with an odd look. He was already beyond surprised that Felix could last this long. Yet, the bastard was still in full control of his body and senses to be able to retaliate like that. What the viewers didn't know was that Felix had been using his mental energy to contain his stored lightning, then use it again to hold into the nail, while at the same pump the agitator inducement to heal himself at the same time as well. He was doing all of that while getting burned. It wouldn't have been possible without the daily mental control exercises that he did for potion making. Hard work in anything always pays off. Chapter 538, Loot Boxes. After seeing that everyone had put a respectful distance from him, Felix stopped paying them any attention and focused on healing himself as he gritted his teeth. This time, his eyes never left Salt's master, the main source of his current pain. After all, if it wasn't for him pulling so ahead, Felix wouldn't have been forced to take extreme measures to keep up with him. I will *ck him up when I catch him, I swear on it. Felix promised with bloodshot eyes that were sliding bleeding. He looked one last time at Salt's master's back and closed them shut again to avoid having them turn into ash. His agitator inducement was already having trouble healing his external burnt marks fast enough, since the fire was evaporating the mist immediately after it gets released. Felix was purely using the inducement internally. The amount of energy that was being consumed to keep it up for this long had begun to take tolls on Felix, since he had charged himself with only 30% poison energy while the rest was for lightning energy. Thankfully, after it was consumed, he switched to using only Asna's purified energy, which could be used for any element as long as he had an affinity to it. Only 6 players are at the front and they are closing in rapidly to the stratosphere layer. Kane commentated, "I bet they must be feeling slightly warm due to the ozone layer being up front." It was common knowledge that the stratosphere increases in warmth with elevation because ozone gases in the upper layers absorb intense ultraviolet radiation from the sun. So, the area near the ozone layer was always warm, unlike the area above it and the one below it that was always below 0 degrees in temperature. The closer Felix got to this layer, the less fire kept surrounding his body. This wasn't caused by the ozone layer or the chill but due to the game's modification. It was done like this in case someone was daring to attempt blazing through the mesosphere layer, he wouldn't end up burning almost all the way to the lower air. Everything was for entertainment purposes, and the sight of Felix resembling a meteor wouldn't have occurred if this modification wasn't done, since he wasn't a retard to risk doing it in all 3 layers. Finally, Landlord has been put out of his misery. Kane spoke while spotting the camera on Felix's body that was getting cooled slowly after he penetrated the ozone layer. A split second later, the fire was completely snuffed out, allowing the viewers to see his horrendous state. He appeared like **ing black charcoal. Hell, people would actually mistake him for a meteor if he even approached the ground in such a state. Soon, the viewer's vision was blocked due to a greenish mist being released from the front and covered his entire body, turning him into a smoking green ball. This situation remained like this for more than 5 seconds before the mist disappeared, showing Felix in a new blue anti-chill suit that covered his entire body and head. They couldn't see even a single area of his skin, making them unable to guess the state of his burnt marks. "He must be fine," Kane mentioned. "His healing ability is extremely effective against even broken bones." True to his words, Felix had indeed returned to his peak form. As they say, after the suffering comes the glory. Right now, Felix was in 3rd place in the race and he was merely 4 kilometers away from Salt's master. Such distance was almost nothing in Felix's eyes. "Let's see how you pull away now." Felix narrowed his eyes dangerously while staring deeply at Salt's master's back. He was staring so hard, Salt's master ended up sensing it and turning around to check. When he saw Felix in his anti-chill suit without any subtle hint of injury, he frowned his eyebrows in disgruntlement and turned to face the front again. It's not the time to deal with him. Salt's master thought while focusing on colorful objects hovering in the air, "I need to secure my own parachute first." Salt's master didn't know if those little colorful objects were parachutes or loot boxes, but he wasn't planning on slowing himself to deal with Felix in such a critical moment. Grabbing a parachute was a priority even for him who could transform into a living shadow. That's because he knew that it wasn't allowed to use elemental manipulation to fly, float, or hover. So, even if he transformed into a living shadow, he would still be subjected to falling to the ground and would feel the same pain as the others since his senses were still connected in that form. If they weren't connected, he wouldn't be able to sense sensation's location and deal with her. Meanwhile, Felix, who had the best vision in the game, had already identified the little colorful thingies as loot boxes spread everywhere in their course and off it. The majority were actually off course by 1 kilometer to 5 kilometers. "They are putting them like that to bait us," Felix reasoned. He knew that if one player decided to go for a loot box off course, he would most definitely be out of the race if the others kept on their course. But, it was a good idea for the players at the far back who gave up on the race pretty early. They might not win, but at least they would get a sweet compensation for the risks they took in the games. As for the loot boxes in the course, Felix wasn't planning on letting Salt's master grab them without risking his live. I dare him to approach one box." Felix smirked faintly while placing his fingers on the leather bag. This was the old leather bag. It was still safe and sound after going through that inferno. That's because it was mildly resistant to environmental elements. If it wasn't for so, the nails inside would have melted already. Thankfully, they got merely superheated before chilled again. It's time for the fun part. Kane brought the mic close to his lips and laughed in delight. There are more than 100 loot boxes spread throughout the stratosphere layer. This amount will definitely bring out the greed in those players' hearts. Kane brought back the camera to the front and zoomed on the top 6 players. Then, he mentioned, those 6 players would have it easier to grab the loot boxes in the course, leaving leftovers for the ones behind them. As he mentioned, Blade Cursor and Salt's Master could be seen aiming at the closest loot box to them. It didn't look like they were planning on striking each other. However, the same couldn't be said about Felix, as he had already pulled another nail and extended his shoulder towards Salt's Master like he was pointing a rifle at him. Well, he wasn't exactly focusing on Salt's Master but the loot box that he was aiming for. Sensing ill intentions at him, Salt's Master glanced behind him and was instantly irked after spotting Felix's posture. However, he still didn't change his path, making it obvious that he was planning on challenging Felix. If he couldn't hit me when I didn't know about his ability, it's impossible to hit me now. Salt's Master thought with an indifferent expression. Meanwhile, Felix had yet to start the activation sequence to fuel the Golden's beam power. Salt's Master had noticed his inactiveness, but he still didn't lower his guard as he was ready to turn into a living shadow at any moment. However, he ended up almost reaching the loot box and Felix still didn't fire at him. 100M, 50M, 10M, 5M. Just as Salt's Master wanted to touch the loot box and claim it as his own, time abruptly slowed down only for Felix. Then, a thin version of the golden beam had emerged from his finger, appearing like a laser beam, and connected right with Salt's Master's back and emerged from the other side. It was a clean strike. SZLZLZLZLZ boom. However, the moment Felix closed his lightning containers and the time returned to normal, he sighed in frustration after spotting that Salt's Master had exploded into the black matter before reconstructing a split second later with a newer set of clothes. What a quick strike! Kane exclaimed while highlighting the assault one more time. Hell, the party is already over after we spotted it. When the viewers saw that Salt's Master was still in optimal shape, they could only shake their heads at Felix's futile attempts. If even the fastest attack in the game failed to harm Salt's Master, how could anyone do it? Felix didn't claim that the bastard was extremely hard to kill for no reason. One shouldn't mention that all of this was happening in mid-air. God knows how impossible killing him would be when he is near surfaces with actual shadows. Whatever, at least he didn't get the loot box. Felix smiled faintly after seeing that Salt's Master was giving him a dirty look from afar. It was only natural that Salt's Master wouldn't get the loot box since they required to touch it with their hands to avoid players using their elemental manipulation and harvesting them like a weed. After all, the games committee put them specifically for the players to fight for them. This wouldn't have been possible if they didn't make it mandatory to physically touch the loot boxes. Felix wasn't planning on letting either Salt's Master or Blade Cursor touch them, as he had already pulled 2 more nails with a faint smirk. If you want them, then you better put your life on the line to get them. Chapter 539, I will show you all. The moment Felix thought so, he saw that Blade Cursor was about to touch another loot box. Before, he focused on Salt's Master, which allowed him to secure a free box for himself. You have your shields up, hey. Felix commentated after spotting 3 thick walls made out of clay emerge above Blade Cursor. Felix knew that he would require a buffed Thor's ordnance to penetrate all of them and actually harm Blade Cursor. He didn't want to do it since he would be doing Salt's Master a great favor by removing the closest threat to him. Blade Cursor had secured the second loot box. Kane mentioned, it seems like Landlord is mainly targeting Salt's Master, like seriously? What's their deal? Since the start, they have been gunning at each other. Alas, no one knew the answer besides the primogenitors and their champions. Felix didn't care about how others perceived him as he kept diving at his fastest speed, ignoring most loot boxes that require him to glide to them. It wasn't like he was too rich to bother with them, but because he understood that he would get assaulted the moment he tries to touch one of them by those four above him. They were waiting patiently for an opportunity to strike him, and Felix wasn't going to jeopardize the game for some loot boxes. The last thing he needed right now was to slow himself even further. Because he was constantly assaulting Salt's master and the fact that he kept giving up on loot boxes as well, this left most of them still untouched. Only Creelder ignored them and continued diving down, wanting to catch up to the top three. This resulted in another split of packs, 4 at the very front, 2 in the middle, and the majority were either at the back or off course hunting down for loot boxes. Since they knew that it was going to be extremely difficult to survive the landing without a parachute, they were slowing themselves up to the limit allowed. That's because they knew that the game would be concluded the moment one player touched the ground safely. Hence, they would get teleported to safety while still in mid-air. So, they kept gunning for loot boxes, fighting with others for them. Wild's breath was part of this group as he realized that his decision to not blaze through the mesosphere with Felix had screwed him big time. But, he didn't regret it since he knew that he wouldn't come out of it in the same condition as that madman. While he was hunting down loot boxes, Felix kept on ruining Salt's master's attempt to grab one for himself while at the same time force Blade Cursor to waste his energy by building such strong defenses for no reason at all. This situation carried on like this until Felix had noticed tiny colored thingies from afar. Parachutes. He instantly recognized them after he zoomed in even closer. There were only 6 of them. The rest must be still far below beside the ceiling of the troposphere layer. I must get one and destroy Salt's master's chances of getting his own. Felix decided to go all out in this matter. It was naturally impossible to destroy those unclaimed parachutes, which meant he either needs to attack him after he secures it or keeps hindering him like he was doing before. Since hindering him appeared quite effective due to his element nature, Felix was going to keep doing it. It's time to use some decoys. Salt's master thought calmly after noticing the 6 parachutes as well. He glanced at Felix, who clearly was in an offensive posture, and gave him a slight smirk. Felix didn't notice it since his focus was on Creelder, who had finally made his own move. He saw him slap 2 talismans on his palms and watch them turn into jets of green flames that helped him increase his speed significantly. The technique resembled the one that Burning Crusade had utilized. Creelder sure is patient enough to hold into such a useful ability until he reaches the parachutes. Kane praised near the mic while highlighting Creelder, who was about to pass Felix. Whoosh! Upon noticing Creelder reach the same height level as him, Felix didn't hesitate to aim his arm in his direction. SZLZLZLZZ. You can't harm me. Creelder smiled at Felix, whose arm had already become packed with electrical charges. He didn't seem worried by Felix's Thor's ordnance. Damn it, he is wearing a lighting immunity shield and another one for electromagnetism. He is countering both the metallic nail and the lightning force behind it. Felix cursed and brought down his arm after spotting a thin white layer on Creelder's skin. It was merged with electromagnetism waves that were spreading outside of his body. At the start he just sensed it, but after using his truth vision, he was able to see them clearly. After all, he was able to see through the entire electromagnetic spectrum. He always knew that Creelder had a lightning affinity and was capable of etching all sorts of lightning-based abilities. But he didn't expect that he would have even etched a defensive electromagnetism ability on a talisman as well. It would allow him to propel any approaching metallic object away from his body. So the silver nail was going to be stopped. It seemed like he always had them but decided to save them for crucial moments like those. Good decision. Creelder gave Felix a casual smile and speed downward, going past him in a heartbeat. When he reached 100 below him, Felix had noticed that he had another talisman glued on his back. He didn't know how to read runes, but there was someone in his head who was master linguistic. Asna, meaning. It says, fire element, fire armor, temperature 500 degrees, 1 minute's duration, automatic activation after sensing a foreign elemental presence in 5 meters radius. Asna informed while doing her nails casually. Automatic shield to protect him in case someone ambushed him with elemental abilities. Felix narrowed his eyes at the talisman and thought, "You are looking down on my poison manipulation as well." Felix understood that the fire armor was going to be extremely useful against mist/liquid-based elements since the heat the armor would be releasing was comparable to 200 C degrees. Hence, they would evaporate before they touch Creelder's body. Since only Felix, Waterloo, and Serenity were behind him now, he picked this talisman specifically for them. After all, both of them were water elementalists while Felix was a poison/lightning elementalist. Creelder had already taken care of Felix's lightning abilities by using that immunity talisman plus the electromagnetism talisman. This left only poison, which was known to have mist/liquid/solid form based on the level of the owner's manipulation. Based on Felix's garbage demonstration on his elemental manipulation in the promotion game, it was fair to guess that he was still incapable of even turning poison into a liquid state. Hell, Creelder was more worried about Waterloo and Serenity since they had the capability to solidify water, turning it into ice attacks. Naturally, to create a single ability like that, would take 10 times the effort than a pure ice elementalist. Still, they could create such attacks and bypass his protective fire armor, but they didn't, and it was too late now to do it since he was already far away from them. This left only Felix to worry about, but Creelder wasn't feeling any of it. In his eyes, he had done enough research to understand that it was impossible for Felix to advance from using poison in mist state to poison in a solid state. Even if he had the best poison elementalist teaching him personally. So those 2 defensive talismans were more than enough to speed past him safely. He was truly an intelligent man who had done his homework, but was it enough? Let's see if any F***er would dare to disdain my poison manipulation after this. Felix smiled coldly as he snapped his finger, creating one pitch-black nail from his palm. It wasn't just condensed, it was rock solid like it was made out of ice. This was Felix's current progress in poison condensation. He couldn't turn a bigger-sized ability into liquid instantly, but one 5 cm nail? He was already able to solidify it. Why? Because he didn't have any poison elementalist as a teacher but the poison primogenitor himself. After months and months of the daily grind, this 5 cm solid pitch-black nail was Felix's final result. But Felix didn't create it to hurl it at Creelder. No, he knew that his throw would never make the solidified poison nail travel fast enough to touch Creelder's back before the fire shield takes care of it. Instead, he brought the nail in front of his finger and used his mental energy to hold it right there. His arm was still extended in direction of Creelder, who was now 1 kilometer away from Felix. White electrical charges exploded out of Felix's body as he enters the supersonic mode again. Meanwhile, his arm had been engulfed in the same golden and blue lightning that was going back and forth, appearing like they were recharging his arm. Let's go with 80% this time. Felix closed one eye while keeping the other narrowed at Creelder, who seemed to be slowly turning his head towards Felix. Felix believed that he must have sensed his killing intent. It's too late, J. Ramongandra's ordnance, fire. Felix murmured to himself as he flicked the solidified pitch-black nail from its head. Then, the same golden beam emerged from his fingers and ended up reaching Creelder in less than a millisecond. The shield of fire was useless in this case since the talisman was still in the process of activation while the beam had already struck Creelder's wide-open back. Immediately after Felix saw this, he turned off his supersonic mode and watched how his golden beam didn't manage to penetrate through Creelder's back. But the force was strong enough, Creelder's body had been launched even further down. Yet, not a single ounce of joy could be seen on Creelder's expression. Only disbelief and confusion, like he had just failed to solve an easy puzzle. Whoosh! A moment later, the golden beam ended up losing its last bit of energy, disappearing at once. Before Kane, the players, and the viewers react to Felix's failed attack, they were left in absolute horror at the sight of Creelder's body breaking into dust from the center of his chest. Due to the raging wind, the dust had been taken away, not allowing anyone to see a tiny bullet-like hole in Creelder's back. This was the beauty of poison, it didn't require a true destructive attack to end someone's life. Just a single pitch-black nail made out of corruption inducement was enough to take down the Creelder, whose elemental abilities were comparable to Origin Realm Bloodliner. Just one little nail had silenced the entire Milky Way galaxy. Chapter 540, The Parachutes. Deathly silence covered the stadium as the spectators kept reviewing the image of Creelder's disintegration over and over in their minds, wanting to comprehend what the F***ck had just happened. They turned to look at their seat neighbor just to see the same confusion clouding his eyes. They could understand if Creelder ended up with a hole in his chest or even exploding into a shower of blood. But turning into dust from the same golden beam that struck others before? They simply couldn't fathom how it happened. Landlord has successfully slain Creelder, one of the players with the highest potential to win the game. Kane stuttered his commentary while his eyes were completely focused on the replay, wanting to spot the difference before then and now. Earlier, everything happened so fast by the time he realized that Felix was gunning for Creelder, the deed was already done. After watching the replay in slow motion, he couldn't help but spot the pitch-black nail and how it got created. Poison! Solidified poison! That's it! Kane exclaimed loudly in shock, making the viewers start clamoring out loud for him to play the replay. Especially Creelder's fans were still finding it difficult to believe that their idol had been disposed of just like that. They expected him to use a coupon or something to save himself, but he didn't. How could he even request the Queen when he got disintegrated almost instantly? The moment corruption inducement touches someone's body with weak poison resistance, it removes them from existence. That's why Felix named the new technique as Ramongandra's Ordnance, since the main firepower was the poison nail instead of the lightning force. A second later, Kane played the replay on a different screen, leaving the first one still focusing on Felix, who was currently speeding unhindered towards one of the 5 parachutes. It was going to take him at least 15 seconds to reach them since they were quite far. However, the viewers didn't even glance at the main screen but focused on the replay that was playing in slow motion. This allowed everyone to spot the sequence of Felix's attack right from the start. Solidified poison. He actually reached this far. Maganda Chief stood up from his seat as stared with widened eyes at the stiff black nail. How long did he possess poison manipulation? Zazia said with a slight tremble in her tone, it can't be less than 3 years. Zazia's calculations were based on the first extrastriatal contact with the Earthlings. In her eyes, Felix was merely a commoner before the invitation. She was absolutely right in that sense, but also wrong in her calculation. After all, Felix got his manipulation in less than a year now. If those fogies knew that he made such skyrocketing progress in less than a year, they would probably assume that the organization had done something to modify Felix's body. It was simply impossible in their eyes to reach such a height in this short period. If only they knew about Felix's daily grind that would drive anyone crazy, they wouldn't be thinking the same. So he can create a solidified poisonous nail. That's cute. Erebus chuckled while glancing at Ramongandr. Seeing that he didn't receive a response, he asked, how long did it take him to reach this level in his internal manipulation? Instead of asking about him, you better start to worry about your own champion. Ramongandr said casually. Erebus waved his hand dismissively, your champion might have created an upgraded technique between 2 elements, but it's still as useless as the normal one. Nothing could touch my champion. Lady Sphinx took a small elegant sip from her teacup and said calmly, he might not be able to touch him, but he will most definitely be able to touch his parachute. I wonder about that. Erebus grinned faintly and stopped talking at once as his champion was almost above the first parachute. Out of nowhere, a golden beam had emerged and gone right through him just as he was about to touch the parachute. Alas, he ended up going through it as well due to his ability. Before Felix could smile at his successful attempt, he realized that Salt's master's body didn't reconstruct instantly as the last time. Instead, it spread slightly with the wind before 5 black balls emerged in the area he was at. Those 5 balls started to shape-shift rapidly. In less than a second, they all turned into the same version of Salt's master. Everything about them was black just like Salt's master. Shadow decoys, damn it, I didn't think he could construct them in midair with all of this wind smacking into us. Felix cursed while trying to track the real Salt's master with his infrared vision. However, it only shows him 5 masses of white energy. There was no heat, no bones, no organs, nothing. Felix could only watch them head to different parachutes, making him understand that he couldn't hit all of them since he had already run out of the stored lightning. He was using it on and off throughout the entire game and it was a truly limited resource. Without it, he lost the ability to think and move faster than everyone else. F***ck it, let's wing it. Knowing that time wasn't his ally, Felix immediately aimed at a random version of Salt's master and then fired Thor's ordnance with a normal nail. Poof! Just like the previous times, Salt's master exploded into a cloud of dark matter. However, this time, the cloud had spread out in the atmosphere, making Felix figure out that he had struck the wrong target. When he looked at the rest, he saw that one of them was hugging a parachute while the rest were gliding slowly towards him. Let's see how you can protect your parachute now. Felix narrowed his eyes at the real Salt's master and fired off another golden beam at him. Those beams were fueled with only 10% of his purified energy, making him have an easier time spam them like this. They might be weaker versions but they get the job done by forcing Salt's master to turn into a living shadow. Poof! While Salt's master had exploded into a cloud of dark matter, the parachute backpack had actually disappeared. Felix saw that it had been engulfed into a sphere of darkness before vanishing like magic. When Salt's master's body got reconstructed, he turned around and gave Felix a nonchalant look, like he wouldn't care about whatever he did to him from now on. Mother***er, where did he hide the parachute? Felix was absolutely baffled by the situation since he had never seen Salt's master utilize this technique in his previous games. What he didn't know was that even the viewers and Kane were shocked by the technique. Did he simply turn the parachute invisible? Kane shook his head at his own theory, it would have left a presence and Landlord wouldn't miss it. True enough, Felix had focused deeply on the areas around Salt's master, yet he didn't see any peculiarly. He understood that if the parachute was merely invisible, it would be subjected to wind resistance, leaving a slight distribution in its descent. But, there was nothing at all. Felix focused first on securing his own parachute as he had finally reached one of the remaining 4. He picked it up and strapped it on his stomach so those behind him would aim at it so easily. Luckily for him, they seemed like they didn't plan on starting a fight now but just keep the pace as it was. There were 2 remaining parachutes for them so there was no need for battle. Meanwhile, Erebus was laughing loudly while looking at Lady Sphinx's and J. Ramongandra's disgruntled expressions. Haha, your little boy isn't the only one who is improving his elemental manipulation. Erebus praised with a delighted expression, my lad has finally touched the limits of the 2nd stage of elemental manipulation. J. Ramongandra couldn't help but let out a long exhale and praise, to actually be able to transport objects to the Shadow Realm while at such a young age. I gotta admit, he truly a prodigy that was born to master shadows. When J. Ramongandra tried to compare him to Felix who was still struggling to feel the poison around him, his eyelids could only twitch slightly. He might feel that Felix's speed was trash compared to Salt's master, but he knew that he was hard-working, with elements that he possessed and hopefully other future elemental manipulation, his true potential is a million times better than Salt's master. He might be ahead now, but Salt's master was soon going to hit the wall of 2nd stage of elemental manipulation without any method to improve it. The only way to go higher was by having the primogenitor's own perfect manipulation that would help him reach 3rd stage. Felix already had it. Can he transport himself to the Shadow Realm yet? Lady Sphinx asked with a hint of worry. If he could, this game would have been in the bag before it even started. Erebus shrugged his shoulders, sadly, he can only transport smaller objects for 8 minutes maximum. Lady Sphinx sighed in relief at the sound of that. She knew that if Salt's master could transport himself, then he wouldn't even bother with a parachute. After all, he could transport himself to the Shadow Realm right before he touches the ground. Then, he could transport himself without the built-up velocity that he created throughout the entire descent. Damn it, if I can't target his parachute, this only means that I need to eliminate him right when he opens it up or inside the thunderstorm. Felix decided to save his energy for the troposphere layer and simply focus on defending his own parachute until he reached it. 3 players at the front. 2 more right behind them. The rest are either catching up or still hunting down loot boxes. Kane commentated with a thrilled tone, the troposphere layer is only 10 kilometers away from Blade Cursor and Salt's master. This is the shortest layer and also the one with the most obstacles. The game was about to enter its final critical stage. Chapter 541, The Wind Gales. In a short while, Blade Cursor and Salt's master were the first to break through the ceiling of the troposphere layer, followed by Felix a couple of kilometers behind them. Whoosh! The moment they went through it, they got smacked right in the face with a sudden wind gale, throwing them off balance and slowing their speed down to the minimum. Just as they attempted to regain their balance, they got smacked from the left side with another forceful gale, throwing them off tens of meters off course. Those gales sure aren't a joke. Felix hugged the parachute while letting himself get played by the wind. In those situations, it was always better to go with the flow and wait for the final results. Blade Cursor and Salt's master seemed like they thought the same, as they had allowed themselves to be taken by the gales as well. When the rest of the players reached the troposphere layer, they were also subjected to the same treatment, allowing Felix and those in front to keep their lead steady. However, after 30 seconds of being played like a toy by the forceful gales, Felix had realized that this might take a long while. He couldn't count on his luck to remain in front forever since the gales were hitting them randomly. Who knows if someone would be sent downward by a sudden gale while they get lifted up? Since those gales keep coming forever, it only means that this area was meant for this obstacle. Felix reasoned, if the gales were hitting us once in a while, then it would be guessed that the obstacle was meant to be in the entire troposphere course. So, I need to find a way out before others realize it. Felix didn't know exactly if the area spanned for a kilometer or 5 kilometers. But, he already started thinking of a method that could resist the gales and help him continue going down at his fastest speed. After a few moments, Felix realized that he had only one method to help him out. Shit, it's going to be expensive, but I will finally be able to fly at almost the same height as Salt's master. Without a split second of hesitation, Felix snapped his finger while calling in his mind, size manipulation, X18. Immediately after, Felix's body began growing rapidly while his anti-chill suit kept expanding with him. Felix always wore clothes like those due to this ability, since he didn't want to rip them out like the Hulk every time. Holy, when did Landlord get himself bigger than a freaking whale? Kane's eyes bulged out of their sockets immediately after he glanced at Felix's small screen and saw his current behemoth size. He was commentating on a fight ongoing at the end of the pack before. But after spotting Felix's mind-boggling situation, he immediately swapped the camera focused on Felix. It's a blue whale flyin', oh, it's just Landlord. Chillax, have you never seen his previous games? This is nothing. Can his abilities get any weirder? The viewer's reaction was split between those who were familiar with Felix's abilities and those who weren't. It was natural that the viewers who never size manipulation would react like that, since Felix's size was currently 18 times that of the other players. In comparison, Blade Cursor and Salt's master appeared like 2 ants who were about to get crushed by an elephant. That's because Felix's plan worked, as the weight he had gotten made it impossible for those gales to push him as they please. This helped him bridge the gap greatly between him and those 2, since they had yet to make a move and save themselves from the gales. F***me. Blade Cursor didn't hesitate to cover himself in a sphere made out of hard clay for protection against Felix. But, by doing so, the gales actually stopped working on him as well. This allowed him to continue dropping at his fastest speed again. Chance. Salt's master instantly extended his palm towards Blade Cursor's clay sphere and cast a humanoid shadow on it. Then, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was connected with Clay's sphere. He knew that he could have totally done the same with Felix's humongous body, but he wasn't stupid to repeat Blood Merchant's mistake. Salt's master understood that being so close to Felix was the true meaning of asking to get killed. After all, he would just need to use the electric field, and Salt's master would most definitely feel the electricity charging through every particle of his body even if he morphed into a living shadow. Previously, Felix's golden beams were damaging him, but since the beams were thin, he was easily able to stomach the pain and recover from it. But it's different for the electric field. However, he might have managed to evade Felix, but it didn't mean that he could hitchhike Blade Cursor freely. Clay spikes! Blade Cursor shouted as he folded his hands inside the protective sphere. Since he was an earth elementalist, he was able to sense Salt's master's existence easily. Whoosh whoosh! Hundreds of pointy sharp spikes had protruded from the surface of the sphere, turning it into a spiky ball immediately. Salt's master immediately detached himself from the sphere after realizing that it was impossible to evade all of them. However, he didn't plan on retreating without putting a decent fight, as he had turned his arm into a thin sharp dark blade and tried to slice the clay sphere into two. Pang! Alas! His attacks ended up in failure as his arm didn't manage to go through even the outer layer of the sphere. Whoosh! In a quick fashion, Salt's master turned himself into a living shadow and let the wind do its job by taking him away from Blade Cursor. Salt's master sure is extraordinary in ambushes against targets with weaker defenses, but against earth elementalists, he is as hopeless as Sensation was against him. Kane commentated. Felix didn't avoid aiming at Blade Cursor for no reason. He knew that his defenses were going to be a pain in the ass and simply a waste of his energy. By taking him down, he would be doing a favor to Salt's master, who was clearly countered by Blade Cursor. Whoosh! I am finally out! Felix thought while feeling that the wind trajectory wasn't as random as before. He immediately shrunk himself back to normal and returned to his nose-diving posture. His fast decision from before had helped him bridge the gap to only 2 kilometers. I need to get closer if I want my abilities to cause trouble to them inside the thunderstorm. Felix narrowed his eyes at Salt's master's body that got reconstructed tens of meters away from Blade Cursor. Both of them returned to their normal state without pulling anything funny again. Felix ignored them for now and eyed the gloomy thunderstorm that was in their plane of sight. If he had to guess, he would say that they were only 3 kilometers above it. But due to the previous wind gales, they had already lost most of their velocity from jumping out of space. This entailed that their speed was currently the same as a normal skydiver. Still, landing with their current velocity was going to get any of them killed. Felix believed that the gales were introduced like that so the players wouldn't reach the ground so fast, ruining the final layer for the viewers. Rumble! Rumble! Now that they were outside of the gale's zone, they were able to focus on the thunderstrikes that were loud enough it would make a kid piss himself in fright. The players were needed to go through it without dying. If Creelder wasn't eliminated, he would have been as delighted as Landlord. Kane said while zooming the camera on Felix's wide grin. That's his shameless grin all right. George laughed slightly. Hee, brother Felix must be planning to pull something bad in the thunderstorm. Olivia chortled in pleasure. She sure had come a long way to actually openly support Felix in his attempts to kill other players. The old pure Olivia wouldn't even open her eyes during it. Meanwhile, Felix's thoughts were completely on his upcoming plan in the thunderstorm. He had gone through a lot of shit to finally reach the only advantageous area in the game. The plans he created in the practice run based on his lightning abilities would sure make any player dread entering the same thunderstorm as him. 2 kilometers difference. Let's enjoy our time thoroughly, ladies. Felix licked his lips as he eyed Salt's master and Blade Cursor, who reached the edges of the thunderstorm. Meanwhile, Erebus couldn't help but have a bad feeling after seeing Lady Sphinx and J. Ramongandr faint confident smiles. Inherited Thor's abilities. Erebus frowned his eyebrows as he pondered, what could have possibly unlocked in his other passives and actives. It wasn't just him who noticed that Felix had yet to use at least 3 passives and 2 active abilities in his battles. If he reached this far without them, Erebus didn't know if he simply was keeping them as trump cards or they were simply too useless in these situations. He was about to find out now. Chapter 542, The Thunderstorm. It's time to go all out. Salt's master thought with a serious expression while gazing at the grey clouds below him. He is going to have his strength at least doubled in his favorite environment. I need to focus on survival first, then aim at his back. Whoosh! Immediately after making his mind, Salt's master snapped his finger, turning himself into a shadowy cloud. Before anyone could figure out what he was doing, they were left speechless by the sight of tens of versions of himself emerging by batches. By the time he went through the thunderstorm, there were at least 70 versions of himself doing the same. They had all split up at random as they went through the thunderstorm. Meanwhile, Blood Cursor seemed to have the same thought as Salt's master as he had created a fortress of brown clay around him. Didn't expect any less. Felix smirked faintly at their defensive attempts, feeling only slightly annoyed by Salt's master's method. He knew that it might affect his plan slightly. Rumble rumble. Felix stopped thinking about those matters and dove inside the thunderstorm, chasing right behind Blade Cursor. The insides of the thunderstorm were damp and dark. However, there were some flashes of light happening at random throughout the thunderclouds, brightening the area for split seconds. They were always followed by the deafening noise of thunder. Crack! Out of nowhere, Felix got struck on his back by a lightning bolt, scaring the shit of Olivia and his grandfather. Before they could start to worry about his condition, Felix got struck with another thick white bolt that was big enough it covered Felix's entire body. Then, another and another. They kept striking only him, totally ignoring Blade Cursor and tens of decoys of Salt's master. Why does it seem like the heavens want to obliterate his existence? Sylvia said speechlessly. He is finally being punished for his shamelessness and asshole attitude. Olivia murmured absent-mindedly. George and the rest didn't know what comment after hearing the reason, but somehow, they felt that it could be right. Is his parachute going to be fine? Leo wondered, it should have gotten burnt by now. Kenny shook his head and clarified, I have watched previous games with the same design and all of them had parachutes that were resistant to environmental hazards so as the owner's own abilities. They could only get damaged from other players' attacks. Yes, it was done like this to give the players a sense of mind when they use their abilities or travel through a hazardous environment. Sylvia supported. Just as Felix's fans were planning on bashing the game for being biased and focusing only on him, they were shocked to find out that the lightning had suddenly stopped targeting him, leaving them to bask in the newest look of Felix. He appeared like the god of thunder as golden lightning tongues kept being emitted from every inch of his body. His hair was already stiffened while electrical charges kept coursing through every strand. Meanwhile, his skin was bright, his white pupil had gone almost unnoticed by the camera. Why is the lightning gold? Is that a new ability of his? Kane wondered what was on everyone's minds. Alas, no one managed to figure out what ability Felix was utilizing. Most of them assumed that it was his 4th active ability, but in reality, Felix's current condition was caused by a merged effort of 2 passives. Supercharge * and Lightning Attraction. He unlocked Supercharge after he reached 45% in his integration. This passive allowed him to not only absorb lightning at a faster speed but actually empower all of his abilities with the absorbed lightning instead of his lightning energy. He never was able to do it with only his mutation since he didn't possess lightning manipulation. But with this passive, he was fully able to take advantage of it. Meanwhile, Lightning Attraction was the newest passive that he unlocked at 75% integration. It was the reason Felix had been struck tens of times by lightning bolts. Without it, he would have been struck once or twice on average, just like Blade Cursor's fortress that was under those bolts' attacks. Meanwhile, 3 of Salt's master's decoys had exploded in this duration. The reason why the lightning wasn't killing them left and right was due to the game's modification. It was done like this so the players wouldn't get killed left and right the moment they go through the thunderstorm even though they had their shields up. SZLZLZLZZLZ. Not planning on wasting his time, Felix activated his electrical pull ability on his right arm and pointed it at the clay fortress. Abruptly, a thick purplish lightning arc had emerged from palm and instantly crossed the 2 kilometers between him and the clay fortress. This wouldn't have been possible without supercharging passive that empowers his abilities. SZLZLZLZ. The moment he felt that it was connected properly, Felix grinned faintly and pulled himself rapidly towards the clay fortress. Thud. Taking advantage of the momentum, Felix had enlarged his supercharged arm and smashed it at the surface of the clay. Shatter. The clay's surface immediately shattered into large fragments, exposing another clay sphere in the center. The F***er had double shields on himself. All of this was happening at the speed of sound due to Felix's lightning-quick reflexes, making it impossible for Blade Cursor to react fast enough and counterattack. Let's see how your turtle's shell will fare against this. Felix smirked slightly and enlarged himself to 40 meters, appearing like a giant standing on a small boulder. Then, he activated his electrical field. SLZLZLZLZLZ. Just like a gigantic flash bomb had been released, Felix's body had exploded into blinding light as the billions of golden lightning arcs had been released at once. They crossed half a kilometer in radius instantly, turning the dark gloomy thundercloud brighter than the sky outside of it. What in God's name is that? Wild's breath murmured in a daze as he fell gradually towards the thunderstorm with the biggest pack of players. All of them thought at first that it was a massive lightning bolt striking suddenly. However, seeing that the light continued existing for a few seconds while the thunder was nowhere to be heard, they instantly recognized that it was a player's doing. Landlord. All of them thought of it at the same time since he was the only one left with such flamboyant abilities in the front pack. What's going on in there? I am getting chills just by seeing such a massive area brightened up. Wild's breath gulped a mouthful while trying his best to slow himself even further. If Kane and the viewers weren't currently stunned, they would have praised his intuition. However, their eyes were fully attracted to the image of Felix's golden body shining akin to a star above the crumbling fortress of Blade Cursor. Poof poof poof. Since the impact area was massive, Salt's master's decoys kept exploding one by one after getting touched by the golden electrical arcs. What is this? How can he still have so much energy within him to use this large-sized attack? Salt's master's composure was utterly ruined as he kept sensing his decoys getting destroyed easily like a bunch of cockroaches. He could feel that the number was dropping rapidly and if this kept going, it wouldn't be long before he would be left with only a clone or two. Thank God, I slowed myself to the limit. Salt's master wiped his sweaty forehead while skydiving 2 kilometers above Felix. He was planning on mingling with his decoys and sneak up to Felix by slowing his speed. He thought that Felix wouldn't target him since he wouldn't bother to consider that Salt's master would slow himself in such a critical moment. Yet, what happened after was beyond Salt's master's planning as he didn't expect that Felix would actually pull himself towards Blade Cursor. By doing so, they ended up changing positions. At first Salt's master was annoyed by this since he thought that 2 kilometers were a big gap to have. But now? He couldn't stop thanking his lucky stars since the attack didn't manage to reach him. He is too dangerous in this thunderstorm, too dangerous. Salt's master took a deep breath to calm himself and planned, Blade Cursor must have definitely perished after he was struck by that attack so close by. Since I am going to lose all of my decoys in the thunderstorm, Landlord will most likely assume that I got killed by his attack as well. But, he still has his vision abilities, he will most definitely spot me. Salt's master glanced at Serenity and Waterloo that were above him and thought, I can only use that strategy. If I played this right, I can absolutely get him killed. Salt's master smiled coldly while narrowing his eyes at the brightened area that was dimming slowly. A second later, the thundercloud had returned to its original state, however, the the situation inside was entirely different than before, as Felix was the only one remaining at the front. The clay fortress and blade cursor didn't have a single option besides turning into dust after experiencing trillions of volts coursing through them. This kind of super attack was supposed to be reserved for Mother Nature and powerful beings. Yet, Felix had just unleashed one while still at peak second stage of replacement. Olivia and the rest of the human viewers could only stare at him with open jaws, feeling like everything they knew about their cultivation system had been flipped upside down. If a second stage bloodliner like him could already unleash an attack that was even stronger than origin bloodliners, then were they fake bloodliners? This thought couldn't help but course through the minds of every bloodliner watching the stream. Chapter 543, The Thunderstorm 2. Hooah! A second later, the stadium exploded into a hysterical hubbub as the viewers from sorts of races were shaking each other's clothes while pointing their trembling fingers at the latest image of Felix. He was emerging from the thunderstorm with shimmering golden lightning that was coursing through his entire body. He had a calm expression as he kept looking behind him, clearly surveying for any survivors from his mega strike. Soon, he spotted one red aura being a couple of kilometers above him. Felix frowned his eyebrows as he realized that the shape of the aura belonged to Waterloo. As for Serenity and Salt's master, they were nowhere to be seen. Did he really die? Felix knew that it would be extremely difficult for Salt's master to survive the strike if he got directly hit by it. So, it was to be expected that he would be gone. But, he still had a feeling that Salt's master would be able to find a method to survive the strike. However, he looked and looked again, yet only Waterloo's aura greeted his eyes. He didn't give a shit that Serenity had died during the thunderstorm, as he knew that one lightning bolt striking at the perfect time was enough to kill a player without strong defenses. Serenity's physical defenses were not worth mentioning. To make sure that she truly died, Felix activated his X-ray vision and saw her skeleton flailing randomly while falling downward. Felix ignored her corpse and Salt's master for now and focused on the players that were just about to enter the thunderstorm. He could see that only 10 players were left behind. Some of them had their parachutes on them while some were trying their best to secure one from the others. Felix didn't bother himself with them anymore, as they weren't considered as a threat to him with such a gap between them. Felix soon focused on trying to get to the ground as fast as possible, unbeknownst that Salt's master was the one who ambushed Serenity inside the thunderstorm, killing her instantly. He did so to cast a shadow on her corpse and hide within it. As long as he was inside a shadow, he couldn't be seen by any kinds of visions, since he makes sure to separate the shadow from the outside world. It was like creating a tiny separated shadow realm just for himself. Good. It doesn't seem like he has figured it out. Salt's master spoke in his mind, the first step is concluded, now I just need to wait for the perfect opportunity to ambush him with everything I got. Though, I have only 28 seconds before the corpse gets removed by the queen, ruining my plans. I must make a move before it. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the corpse had exited the thunderstorm, showing everyone that her body was scorched black. When Felix turned around and inspected it closely, he didn't find any other wounds on her besides the burnt marks of the lightning bolts. He wasn't a retard to not guess that Salt's master was using the same strategy that killed Sensation. However, no matter how much he peered into her body, he couldn't spot a shadow. Damn it, her entire corpse is pitch black, it's impossible to know if Salt's master had cast a shadow on her or not. Felix grumbled in his mind and decided, it's best I keep an eye on it before it disappear. Kaka. Kaka. Out of nowhere, Felix's monologue was interrupted by noisy bird sounds coming from the east. When he looked to the side, he was startled by the sight of a massive flock of white birds covering the entire sky. They weren't aiming at him but 1 kilometer below him, making him realize that by the time he reaches that area, he would collide with them. This flock wasn't just aiming at him but also at Waterloo above him. There must be another flock prepared when the players emerge from the thunderstorm. A chance. Meanwhile, Salt's master got CK'd immediately after seeing the flock. He understood that he had received the perfect opportunity to make his move and he wasn't planning on chalking right now and here. The third and last obstacle is here. Birds attacks. Kane mentioned in excitement. Most of the birds would leave after the collision but some of them would stay to annoy the players ceaselessly until they get rid of them. SZZLZLZLZ. The moment Kane finished his commentary, Felix was seen on the screen activating his electric field, clearly planning on frying any bird that gets near him. Alas, his attempt helped him go through the first wave of birds but they simply kept coming and coming at him until a few of them managed to penetrate the electric field by sheer numbers. Ha ha ha, poke him in the eyes. That's it cuties. In the eyes. Meanwhile, Asna was having a field trip while watching Felix getting harassed by the birds. Their pokes did absolutely no harm to him but it was beyond an annoying experience. While he was busy swimming in that sea of birds, a shadow was creeping up on him rapidly. It was traveling from a bird to another, completely being ignored by the birds. Unlike Felix, Kane and the viewers easily spotted it since it was shining brightly. Kane did so to not lose out on Salt's master's location. Landlord is in a grave danger. Kane focused the camera on the creeping black shadow and proclaimed, "It doesn't seem like Landlord had noticed him." With the birds distracting him, Salt's master truly had a perfect chance of slaying Landlord. Olivia, Robert, and all of Felix's close friends started showing signs of worry after hearing Kane's commentary. They could see that Felix wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. Remembering how Sensation had been dealt with, made them understand that Felix's situation was beyond grim. All Salt's master needed was to get closer to Felix and encase him inside that shadow sphere. Then, separate his body parts like Sensation. However, seeing that the electrical field was still active made them believe that Salt's master wouldn't dare approach Felix like that. He is about to reach him. This is it. Kane widened his eyes at the screen without speaking any further, knowing that the ambush could start and end in a split second. Just as he expected, Salt's master had emerged above a bird exactly outside of Felix's electrical field and created a giant dark hard sword. He was also able to harden the dark matter that creates his shadows. Though, it would consume a hefty amount of energy to make it happen. That's because shadows weren't meant to be solid, making it extra difficult to achieve it than other elements. Knowing that his energy was being drained significantly, Salt's master swung the sword instantaneously, slicing tens of birds in his path and reaching Felix's chest in a split second. He truly didn't die. Felix smirked faintly as he looked at the sword that was half a meter away from his chest. It was moving extremely slowly in his eyes as he had been always prepared to enter his supersonic mode at any moment. He wasn't a fool to drop his guard at such a critical moment. As he glanced at the drops of blood flying everywhere, Felix swiftly changed his posture by leaning backward. This allowed him to get outside of the sword's trajectory. The moment the sword went behind him, Felix had turned his head and stared right through Salt's master's pupilless eyes. "Bye-bye," he said in mind while activating Thor's ordnance. He was still left with 2 more nails that he saved up just for Salt's master. SZLZLZLZLZ. The moment he fired, Felix's turned off his supersonic mode, allowing his eyes to process the world at its normal speed. This allowed him to see that the golden beam had gone through Salt's master's chest. Just as he wanted to smile, his expression stiffened after seeing that Salt's master had exploded into a cloud of dark matter. Impossible, his reflexes can't be that fast when the distance between us is barely 6 meters. Felix exclaimed in his mind, a bit shaken that Salt's master actually had managed to turn into a living shadow at such a perfect counterattack. No matter how he tried to comprehend it, he found it absurd. He could understand dodging the golden beam when the distance was a couple of kilometers between them, but he simply couldn't fathom how Salt's master did it in less than 10 meters. Maybe it's a decoy. Just as an outrageous idea emerged on his mind, Felix felt a chilling gaze on his back. When he glanced back, he saw Salt's master's head emerge from the tip of the dark sword that was about to make half a swing. Felix instantly entered supersonic mode again, wanting to give himself time to dodge whatever was about to come at him. However, he ended up weirded out by the sight of a victorious smirk slowly emerging on Salt's master's face. What creeped him out even more was that Salt's master's head was slowly submerging back inside the dark sword. It's like he did all of this just glance at Felix. What did he? Before Felix could try to understand what this was all about, he felt that he had lost a tiny bit of weight in his stomach. When he glanced down, he got the shock of his life. The parachute had disappeared. Chapter 544, God of Thunder. Mother *CKER. Felix cursed loudly with bloodshot eyes after realizing that he had been fooled. The entire ambush sequence had flashed right before his eyes, making him understand that Salt's master was never planning on slaying him, but stealing his parachute. He didn't know that it was sent to the Shadow Realm, but he knew that it was gone. He couldn't feel its presence at all, like it had teleported to another place. Knowing that he would be in big trouble if he didn't have his parachute, Felix swiftly made the Desi Sign to kill Salt's master. He understood that the moment he dies, whatever ability that he used would deactivate on its own and bring back his parachute. However, when he looked around in his supersonic mode, he didn't manage to spot Salt's master. The birds flocking over him weren't making his search any easier as they kept blocking his vision. *CK. He could be connected to any bird inside this flock. Felix cursed at the notion that Salt's master might actually walk out of this alive. He knew that it was going to be impossible for him to spot him if he remained connected to a bird as a shadow. If I can't find you, then I will destroy everything at once. Immediately after he called, he deactivated his supersonic mode since he wanted to save the remaining lightning for later. Salt's master had outsmarted Landlord with his fine play. Kane commentated with a thrilled expression, "Without a parachute, Landlord is doomed to have his entire body plastered against the ground, Why is he raising his arms?" The viewers who were clamoring out loud quieted down immediately after noticing blue sparkles started to get emitted from Felix's eyes while both of his arms were extending into the thundercloud. Just as they began wondering about his posture, Felix shouted in fury, "Lightning call!" Rumble rumble! Nothing had emerged from his arms. However, the thundercloud had responded to his shout with two deafening thunderclaps. Salt's master, who was traveling from a bird to another away from Felix, couldn't help but have one eye emerge outside of the shadow and inspect the abrupt loud thundercloud. He understood that he was almost 1 kilometer below it and the normal thundercloud shouldn't have resounded as loudly as this one. Alas, he should have kept his curiosity to himself, as the moment he looked at the thundercloud, he got the fright of his life. The thundercloud was revolving on its axis, creating a humongous hole that was showing lightning bolts going absolutely berserk. The poor players within didn't know what hit them, as the number of lightning bolts striking them had increased from 2 or 3 to tens of bolts, striking continuously. Some of them had their shields completely overwhelmed after the 5th bolt, making them eat the rest directly on their skin. They couldn't even cry out as the electricity had utterly paralyzed them. When that happened, their death was a foregone conclusion. Whoosh whoosh! Salt's master could only stare with a widened eye at the falling scorched black corpses of players, appearing like it was raining bodies. The sight had shaken the viewers to the core as well, silencing them all at once. What they didn't know was that all of this was merely a byproduct of the preparation for Felix's third active ability, Lightning Call. Rumble rumble! Oh no! I need to leave this area. It seemed like Salt's master had figured it out after seeing hundreds of lightning bolts gathering at the center of the revolving thundercloud, creating some sort of a lightning grid. Alas, by the time he realized it, the preparation was already concluded. What followed after was a massive lightning bolt that traveled from the center of the thundercloud and ended when it touched Felix. Rumble! Then it disappeared, leaving behind it a booming noise and the ashes of every being that was caught in its path or strike radius. The flock of birds, the players' corpses, Waterloo, and lastly Salt's master, who ended up receiving the same fate as the bird he was connected into. Absolute annihilation. After the thundering noise echoed away, Only Felix and a few scared shitless players were left in the game. Wild's Breath was one of them, as he had emerged outside of the thundercloud with multiple wounds but still alive due to shape-shifting into a beast with high resistance to lightning. Monster, I was allying with a F***ing monster. Wild's Breath felt his fur stand up at the sight of Felix's cold glance that was aimed at everyone above him. With the electrical charges coursing throughout his entire body, that look was enough to spook the surviving players. All of them decided to slow their speed to keep their distance from Felix until they figure the situation out. Meanwhile, Kane and the viewers could only open their mouths then close them again, not knowing how to react or comment at such a display of godly power. Every time Felix showed an ability, they think that it was his strongest attack, but the bastard keeps pulling one after another like they were a bunch of candies. At this point, they were honestly too numb to react, unlike Felix's fans who started a new chant, shouting it at the top of their dried voices. God of Thunder! God of Thunder! God of Thunder! Their noise engulfed the entire stadium without any other club daring to open their mouths and support their idols. How could they when Felix ended up slaying 7 players in the thunderstorm and 2 more outside of it with one F***ing ability? Only 3 players remained in the entire game and they were scared shitless to approach Felix. You hear that? Lady Sphinx smiled faintly at Erebus, whose hands were tightened on the armchair, clearly expressing his anger and frustration at the unexpected death of his champion. He was beyond satisfied by his champion's performance, as he had outsmarted both Sensation and Felix with his ingenious plans. When Erebus saw how he managed to transport Felix's parachute into the Shadow Realm, he was already preparing himself to drink champagne of victory. Alas, he didn't account that Felix had unlocked Lightning Call, one of the most destructive abilities in Thor's arsenal. I got to admit that your boy's abilities aren't too shabby. Erebus unsealed his fists and said casually, he might have killed my champion and won you the bet, but he is still going to die. Lady Sphinx and J. Ramongandra knew that he was talking about Felix's parachute that was transported into the Shadow Realm. Unlike Felix, who expected that his parachute would be returned in the same state, they already knew that his parachute was a goner the moment Salt's master died. That's because objects transported into the Shadow Realm would be subjected to the laws of that realm. They weren't friendly in the slightest to anything that wasn't a shadow or had a tremendous affinity to the element. Salt's master didn't have to worry about his parachute getting ruined inside, since he was protecting it continuously from the moment he transported it. But now, both parachutes had been propelled to the outside world in an unrecoverable state, making Felix recognize his crappy situation. Felix's fans, who were cheering at the top of their voices while using multiple gadgets, managed to notice that Felix was currently diving without a parachute. Dear God! Oh no! What the hell happened to his parachute? Their excitement died down immediately as a wave of horror took over their minds. Leader Emma almost fainted on the spot as she realized that Felix didn't possess a single ability that could help him avoid the collision. Not one. There are only 2 kilometers left before Landlord reaches the ground. Kane shouted, he has no parachute or ability to save him from the crash. The players above him have noticed his current dreadful situation and they are doing everything they can to avoid getting closer to him. They are his only hope and they weren't planning to give him a chance of recovery. Kane pointed at Wild's Breath and said, even his ally is keeping his distance. Meanwhile, the celebrating Earthling team had already fallen into a deathly silence as only gulping noises were resounding in the area. All of them were remaining still in their places while staring without a blink at Felix, who kept falling down at his slowest speed possible. Is brother Felix gonna be alright? Olivia stuttered. George and the rest glanced in her direction and shook their heads slightly. They wanted to lie and ensure that Felix was going to create a miracle and survive the fall, but they simply couldn't find out a way. Felix had poison and lighting element abilities. From the arsenal that he showed, they believed that his chances of survival were extremely grim. In their eyes, his only hope to survive the fall was by using the anti-gravitational blue sand and surf on it right before he collides with the ground. That would be enough to reset his velocity from 10 km fall to merely 50 or 20 meters depending on him. However, seeing that he didn't use them in his previous game or this one made them understand that Felix had already replaced them with lightning abilities. He didn't possess sand manipulation to create them as well. Please, please, please be safe. Olivia prayed with her hands folded and a tearful eyes after figuring out that his situation was beyond hopeless. Chapter 545, God of Thunder. 2. Right now, Felix was digging through his mind for answers while activating supersonic mode to give himself more time to think. In those few seconds, he had already eliminated a couple of methods that could help avoid having his face splattered in the ground. The first one was slowing himself as much as possible and wait until the other players open up their parachutes, then use his empowered electrical pole to hitchhike the ride with them. However, he eliminated it because he didn't know if the parachute would account for both of their weights. Plus, who knows if the empowered electricity wouldn't burn the parachute. It was too risky, and if he failed, he wouldn't have any more chances since he would be too close to the ground. The second solution was simply giving up on the game by using the surrender coupon. The Queen would teleport him outside of the game safely. Since he had a tier lose exempt coupon plus winning streak saver coupon, he could exit the game without losing any progress. In addition, he had already eliminated Salt's master, which meant the treasures were secured even if he lost the game. So, this was actually the best and safest option to take. Yet, Felix still eliminated it since he firmly believed that one shouldn't give up until he completely used up all his options. I just need to find a way to reset my velocity and I will not require a parachute to land. Felix contemplated deeply, what do I possess that could help me achieve that? Felix began thinking of every ability that he possessed plus their combination, wanting to seek out a possible way to reset his velocity. After spending a couple of seconds eliminating some combinations, his eyes suddenly brightened up after coming up with a combination that had a high chance of success. If I went for it, it's going to be hella risky and painful even if I succeed. Felix took a deep breath and nodded to himself, I can handle pain, it just needs to succeed. Felix wasn't worried about dying if he failed since he could always utilize the surrender coupon at the last second. Whoosh! What's going on here? Cain exclaimed in shock after seeing Felix suddenly change his posture to nosediving, increasing his speed by 10 folds. This shocked everyone as they didn't expect that Felix would be hastening his death on his own. Die, you bastard! You killed my idol! I can't wait to see his blood splashing all over the place. Hopefully, he doesn't have a surrender coupon. Most spectators kept booing and screaming hateful comments at Felix due to him massacring more than 50% of the participation list by himself. Meanwhile, his fans and family members kept shouting in support, knowing that Felix never makes a move without having a plan behind it. 2 kilometers, 1 km, 500 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Everyone quieted down after seeing Felix reach such a height without doing anything to save himself. However, the moment Felix 10 meters, the viewers were startled by the sudden emergence of a massive golden beam from his extended hand. The golden beam was the biggest one that Felix had ever created in this game as it was empowered by his passive supercharge that used his stored lightning as a resource. He had plenty of it due to being struck before by his ability Lightning Call. Boom! Before the viewers could comprehend its emergence, the golden beam had smashed on the surface of the ground, shattering some of it but not managing to penetrate even 2 meters deep. That resulted in creating a counterforce that reached Felix's extended arm and sent it through his entire body, breaking most of his bones in the process. Yet, Felix didn't care about such pain as he was too joyful by the fact that his body was suspended 10 meters above ground. His velocity had been successfully restored back to zero. The 10 kilometers momentum that would have killed him had been dealt with properly. He actually did it. Cain shouted in shock. The moment the golden beam had disappeared, Felix ended up dropping from 10 meters into the ground, landing on his back. Thud! Arg! Although it was merely 10 meters fall, the damage caused had been amplified by 500%. That made Felix feel the same pain as falling from 50 meters. With his already broken bones, the pain he felt during the contact would make anyone ask for a quick release. But with Felix's abnormal pain tolerance, he merely squealed in his mind like a pig about to get butchered, making Asna close her ears in annoyance. The sad part, he was almost completely dried up, not having enough energy to heal himself quickly and relieve his pain. While he was wincing without having the capacity to move a single finger, Kane and the viewers were left staring at him with widened eyes, not daring to believe that he was actually still breathing. The haters were silenced while his fans were left trembling in their places with reddened cheeks and gleaming eyes. They were feeling an urge to worship Felix after he ended up not disappointing them just like in his previous games. Although he appeared like a broken doll on the screen with his ripped clothes and bone protruding from wide-open wounds, in their eyes, he appeared 100 times grander than the players above him with their parachutes fully open. Those players were also taken back by the sudden change in the situation, as they had expected that the game would be a three-way battle against themselves after Felix ended up dying or quitting. But now? They could only look at each other with hopeless expressions as they glided slowly to the ground. Well played, landlord, truly well played. It was an honor to ally with you. Wild's breath sent a compliment to Felix through the queen. Alas, Felix didn't even hear it properly as he was fully focused on when the game would end to relieve him out of his misery. Congratulations to the champion landlord for being the first player to touch the ground. Thankfully, after Kane failed to voice the announcement, the queen took out on herself to conclude the game. Immediately after her announcement resounded in the game world, Felix and the rest had been healed back to peak shape and teleported to the stadium. God of Thunder! God of Thunder! God of Thunder! The moment Felix opened up his eyes, he found himself basking under a harmonized chant that thundered throughout the entire stadium. The remaining 3 players smiled bitterly and lowered their heads in defeat, not daring to even wave their hands at their silent fans. Felix's fans had turned the stadium into their own property. This rarely happened in the UISG since most bloodliners usually were an add-on with the lowest chances of performing spectacularly. Kane didn't let Felix's fans steal the light from him as he had immediately jumped from his lotus flower and shouted while midair, "Ladies and gentlemen, please give your loudest applause to your champion. Whoa! Clap clap!" Although most viewers hated Felix's guts for killing their idol, they still gave him a simple round of applause for the entertainment he provided. Some of them even started having thought of turning his fan after watching both of his performances in those 2 games. Other races joining a human fang club. Leader Emma would definitely be over the moon. While Felix was waving his hand at his fans with a faint smile affixed on his handsome face, Erebus and J. Ramongandr were currently shaking hands. I got to admit, it was an entertaining spectatorship. Erebus laughed as he let go of J. Ramongandra's hand. Couldn't agree more. J. Ramongandr smiled, your champion had truly put a decent fight. Although he died, I am still satisfied by securing Kumiho's treasures. Erebus said with a pleased expression. This was the reason he was cool about the loss. The harp was his main target and thankfully Salt's master got it for him. It was clear that Salt's master was given clear instruction to mainly focus on it. Salt's master would have felt like shit if he knew that the harp he fought to the death for was merely a gift that would be used to secure a date with the sound primogenitor, Siren. Unfortunately, this was the champion's game. The primogenitors were just playing around for the fun of it, uncaring about their champion's well-being. If one died, he could easily be replaced by another one. Without being asked, Erebus emailed his 2 treasures to Lady Sphinx while asking casually, are you planning to participate in the yearly Primogenitors custom games? Based on his performance, he might survive it and gain some experience against the elites of each primogenitor. Lady Sphinx glanced at Felix, who was getting interviewed by Kane, and said calmly, we haven't decided yet to let him participate or skip it. I see. Well, you better participate if you want to secure as many monoliths as possible. Erebus left one last remark before disintegrating into light particles. Lady Sphinx didn't respond to him as her eyes were still affixed on Felix. She already knew that each year the primogenitors hold 3 types of games that include only the champions. The games were based on individuals, teams of 3s, and teams of 5. The teams format games were for primogenitors with multiple champions, so, everyone but her and J. Ramongandr. Though, it was possible for multiple primogenitors to create a team. As for the individual custom game, she truly didn't decide yet on Felix's participation. She knew that the primogenitor game didn't allow the use of a surrender coupon. So, the moment he ended up in a hopeless situation, he could only die. She understood that he would be facing a lot of those life and death situations in that game. After all, the champions participating in the yearly event would be a minimum ranked as peak platinum players. There would be a presence of diamond-ranked champions. Felix had struggled to deal with just Salt's master. Now imagine a game with 100 of those monsters each with his own element and primogenitor backing him up. That's a whole different league. Chapter 546, The Yearly Primogenitors Custom Games. No need to make a decision now, there is still half a year before the event will be held. J. Ramongandr massaged his neck while saying Kami, his strength will significantly rise by then. Still, he will lose a SNES emergency tank and would need to either manage his energy efficiently or find a method to increase his tank significantly. Lady Sphinx said. Well, there isn't much to manage when his abilities almost empty his tank every time he uses one. J. Ramongandr sighed. His abilities belong to primogenitors, so his energy would never be enough to bring out their full potential unless he reached our level. True. Lady Sphinx tapped her finger on her chin with a thoughtful expression. She would be lying if she said that she didn't want Felix to participate in the event. After all, the winner in the individual game would be taking everything home with him. If the game had 100 champions, this entailed that there would be 100 treasures on the line. If she managed to get them, it wouldn't be hard to trade a couple of them with monoliths that she was collecting. Naturally, the champions had their own rewards pool that was specified for their advancement instead of those treasures that were useless at their level. So, the event was indeed a worthwhile experience. After spending a few seconds thinking about it, Lady Sphinx nodded her head and informed, I have decided to create a potion recipe that is specified for Felix only. Why create a new recipe? J. Ramongandr wondered, don't you have some potions that could increase his energy in your stock? No, those wouldn't work on him. Lady Sphinx clarified, if he was still a normal human, then I have the perfect potion for him. However, he is now a half-devourer. I need to consider his other heart in the recipe lest the potion would end up conflicting with it and cause him a serious double heart attack. I understand. J. Ramongandr went quiet for a second and couldn't help but chuckle, didn't think you will actually go this far for him. I am not. Lady Sphinx said calmly, I am doing this for myself. If he won, I will be getting tens of treasures that will enhance my chances to collect the monoliths. If he lost, he would at least have enough strength to survive and try again next year. If I am going to send him to such a difficult game, he would need to be fully prepared. Lady Sphinx added, plus, he will be paying for the potion. Haha, there it is. J. Ramongandr laughed, had me fooled for a second that you started gifting stuff. Shut up. Lady Sphinx's lips twitched slightly as she stood up. Then, she teleported away, leaving J. Ramongandr still laughing on his own. Half an hour later, Felix had just finished showering in the real world and went to sit in his bedroom. Queen, please open up my earnings list and my profile interface. Felix requested as usual. / winning wish. Total streaming revenue, 1% 150 billion SC, with taxes. Unique title, Meteor Strike. Game points collected solo, 4,400 GP // Oh ho ho ho, I guess a lot of humans tuned in for this game. Felix grinned in delight after spotting the amount he earned from the streaming revenue. Felix knew that it was quite a lot since most viewers were actually watching from a pirate website in the dark network or a shared stream like the method the Earthling team was using. So even if trillions of humans watched the game, he knew that only a small percent were actually payer viewers who want to support their idols. The SG Alliance was knowledgeable about those illegal methods of watching and still didn't make a move to get rid of them since they understood that what matters the most wasn't the money but the viewership and interest in the platform. Those with money to pay would prefer paying. Those without money? They still wouldn't bother paying to watch after the Alliance gets rid of the illegal methods. Hence, it was better to leave them so SG would always stay as the #1 entertainment platform in the universe. My game points are a bit low though. Felix scratched his cheek. I guess it's better to hold off into the double GP coupon for now. Felix had been planning on using it a couple of times now, but he never landed in a game that could help him earn a lot of game points while at the same time still focus on the championship. Even planetary games weren't that helpful since his opponents always surrender in the first 5 minutes. He understood that as long as he keeps holding into it, it would keep getting harder to earn a lot of game points due to the difficulty of the upcoming games increasing noticeably. For example, in this game, Felix was forced to give up on the loot boxes just to keep his lead steady since he knew that he would be aimed at heavily if he dared to go for one. If I collect more than 7,000 GP next game, I will use it. Felix decided firmly and requested, Queen, please show my profile. / name of the participant, unpaid landlord _6996. Age. Address. Integration level. SG platform, Universal Individual Supremacy Games. Rank, Peak Tier Gold. Games played, 008. Wins, 008. Loss, 000. Win streak, 008, click to obtain rewards. Loss streak, 000. Eliminations, 061//. Next game will definitely have most players from Platinum rank. Felix knitted his eyebrows after being reminded of his monstrous MMR. Creelder was a low Platinum player, yet he caused so much trouble to everyone. Hell, he almost took care of Sensation all by himself. In Felix's upcoming game, there were definitely going to be peak Platinum players. When compared to the Bloodliners' strength, they could wipe the floor clean with newly emerged Origin Realm Bloodliners. You need to increase your physical strength to a minimum of 35k before considering stepping foot in this game. J. Ramongandra informed, plus your mental defenses need to be adequate. You got lucky in this game that Sensation had been taken care of by Erebus Champion. I doubt it will happen again. Felix nodded his head in understanding and said with a bitter smile, I wish nothing more but to enhance my mental defenses, but I really don't know how. Felix had already used his upgraded access in the network to search for potions capable of helping him with this dilemma. However, he found only a few potions that weren't meant to be drunk by humans. As for natural treasures, they were all graded as A and were sold at a minimum of 200 billion SC in private auctions that require special invitations. Felix had neither of them, and even if he had them, he wouldn't consider paying that amount for a natural treasure that wouldn't truly upgrade his mental defenses heavily. He even asked Lady Sphinx for a potion or a method, but she ignored his request. When he finally annoyed her with repeated requests, she confessed that she needed to create a new recipe for him and that would take too much of her precious time, effort. Lastly, he couldn't afford it even if he slaved himself for 10 years. Well, I know a way to enhance your mental defenses. J. Ramongandra confessed abruptly, startling all of them at once. Why didn't you speak sooner? Lady Sphinx wondered. It wouldn't matter much. J. Ramongandra clarified, because it requires having lightning manipulation. Oh? Are you talking about Thor's psychic shield ability? Lady Sphinx guessed instantly. J. Ramongandra nodded his head and informed, I was hoping that he would unlock it as a passive after he reaches 75% of his integration, but he unlucky got another. so, the only one to get a pure shield against mental abilities was by having lightning manipulation and learning how to create the shield on his own. Is it that good? Felix asked. Ramongendra's eyelids twitched as he replied, that drunken bastard was able to counter all my mental affecting poisons due to that shield. Felix's eyes brightened up after hearing so. A shield that could block even mental affecting poison that was far deadlier than normal mental abilities? This was an ability that he dreamed of having. However, to get it, he needed to awaken Thor and convince him to pass down his lightning manipulation. Although Ramongendra was quite confident in Felix's chances to get the manipulation, it was still a big if. Who knows if Thor's depression would be so deep he wouldn't even bother to wake up after Felix reaches 99%. Everything was possible. In a week or two, the shipment that is carrying my lightning bottles will arrive here. Felix nodded his head firmly. I will start preparing for ways to convince Elder Thor to pass down his manipulation. Ramongendra waved his hand dismissively and said, don't bother yourself with such matters. Just focus on your training. Erebus was laughing his ass off after seeing your little black nail. TCH, I still killed his champion, didn't I? Felix grumbled. I am proud of that. Ramongendra said with a faint smile. However, before Felix could feel a spark of joy at hearing that, Ramongendra gave him his special death glare and said, but what does have to do with your poison manipulation being far behind everyone? He, cat got your tongue. Asna laughed after seeing Felix's stiffened smile. Felix acted deaf to her mockery and quickly clicked on his win streak icon to change the subject. After seeing the newly given 5 coupons, he exclaimed in excitement, lucky. Chapter 547, Thor's Memories. Felix ignored the other 4 common coupons that he unlocked and focused on the last one. / back-to-back coupon, allow the user to avoid waiting 2 months before starting another game, 365 days before expiring, / No wonder he was happy about getting this coupon. The notion of playing 2 games in a day interval or a week was a boon to Felix. Although he wouldn't use it right now since his strength wasn't even close to battle in the upcoming game, he knew that a day would come when this coupon was going to help out greatly. Soon, Felix closed off his profile interface and went to check his emails and reply to Olivia, grandfather, and the rest of his friends who congratulated him on another victory. When he was done, he checked the network for his information and closed it after getting pleased by the viral news spreading in the Milky Way galaxy. The more attention on him, the more coins he would be earning in the games. With this additional 150 billion SC, I have now more than 200 billion SC in my bank account. Felix pondered to himself, I can easily reach the 3rd mark if I used it to purchase grade A natural treasures and entered another hibernation, but it's not worth it. Better wait for the expedition's results. Felix wasn't in a rush to increase his strength drastically if it meant that he would waste all of his capital on it. The expedition would be happening somewhat soon. Felix had already given Malik the name of the ruins they would be targeting plus most of the information that he knows about it. First, the ruins' danger was at Tier 4. It was called the Shurima Temple and existing on a deserted planet in the Guardian Empire. Based on the memories that Asna had extracted from him, this temple was filled with sand element natural treasures. Most of them were B-grade treasures, but it was mentioned in the exploration report that grade A treasures had been excavated as well. As for the dangers inside, they were based on sand guardians, mummies, and a sea of flesh-eating bugs that would make anyone piss their pants in fright after getting engulfed by them. Yet the biggest danger was the traps all over the temple that would get anyone killed by a single misstep. Felix wasn't worried about Malik and the squad getting killed by those traps since he had watched most of the exploration report of these exact ruins. An exploration report implied that a squad member had documented the entire exploration by recording it with his eyes. The Queen would process everything that he saw and place it on his bracelet's memory card. Those reports get sold to TV stations or channels to play them for the commoners akin to movies. It was a wildly popular genre since watching real people on a dangerous adventure was an entirely different experience than watching normal movies. Felix had ended up watching a few movies of this genre, making it possible for Asna to dig in the information and let him take advantage of it fully. Naturally, he didn't inform Malik about the trap's positions since that would be too peculiar even for him. But, there was nothing to worry about as he was planning on supervising the expedition with the ghosting feature. Soon, Felix closed all the holograms and decided to squeeze a half an hour nap to recharge. After he wakes up, he was planning on continuing his daily training. As long as he wasn't strong enough to walk freely in the universe, the training would never stop. 20 days went by in a jiffy. Everything was going well for Felix as the moment he received the shipment 10 days ago, he began integrating 5% every 2 days and also eating grade C natural treasure on daily basis. Due to his efforts, he managed to reach 97% in his integration, one step away from awakening Thor. However, before he awakened him, he needed first to watch the memories that Asna had gathered from his essence. Currently, he was sitting with his tenants in Asna's bedroom while focusing on a darkened mirror. "I am telling you, this is just a waste of time," Asna complained. The bastard's entire memories were just him playing around with females and drinking until he passes out. "That's Thor all right." Ramongandra smiled wryly. He was a rowdy and beyond alcoholic. He owned the most impressive collection of drinks in the entire universe. Lady Sphinx laughed softly and said, while his worshippers proclaimed him as the god of the thunder, he was calling himself as the god of alcohol. Felix's eyelids twitched after hearing so. He could feel that Thor was going to be a handful to deal with, unlike Ramongandra and Lady Sphinx, who were composed and wise. "I still want to see for myself," Felix stressed. "Fine." Asna smacked him in the arm with the remote control and turned to the other side, not wanting to rewatch those damned memories again. Felix pressed play while massaging his arm. This time he wasn't holding a notepad or a pen due to his photographic memory. The first thing that appeared on the screen was a smooth white butt, making Felix question his eyes for a moment. A split second later, loud noisy moans began resounding in Asna's silent bedroom. The hell? Felix was merely staring speechlessly at the current ongoing orgy in the mirror while Lady Sphinx and Ramongandra were watching casually. They didn't seem embarrassed at all, like they had seen those sorts of things on hundreds of occasions. Only Asna's cheeks had gotten slightly red at the noises, but she refused to look at the mirror with them. "Nothing useful to see here." Felix coughed while pressing fast forward button rapidly. Due to his enhanced vision, he managed to see that the next scenes were all showing nude parts as well, making him not know whether to feel respectful of Thor or curse at him. After skipping for about 3 minutes worth of memories, Felix finally paused on a scene where Thor could be seen sitting in front of a mirror fully clothed. He was wearing an exquisite long blue robe that matched well with his fair skin, white thick beard, black thin eyebrows, and long wavy black and white hair. It was split from the middle just like Felix's hair. He was handsome all right, appearing like a dignified man who never takes no for an answer. However, his expression seemed a bit downcast while he looked at his reflection in the mirror. He brought a big jar of red wine to his mouth and gulped it entirely in less than a second. Thud! He smashed the jar of wine with the floor and barbed loudly, appearing like he was extremely satisfied with the drink. Alas, his satisfaction lasted for merely a few seconds before sadness took over again. "Yo, you disgust me." Thor pointed his finger at the reflection and spoke with a drunken tone, "You are the only primogenitor to take his breeding job serious." Before he could finish his sentence, the scene ended, changing to another one. Felix paused after seeing that both Lady Sphinx and Ramongandra were showing signs of frustration. It seemed like Thor's words had opened an old wound. It was about the theory that the primogenitor's entire existence was to populate the universe with multiple races that could use elements. All of them felt that this theory was the real deal and that their entire meaning and purpose in life was to be breeding machines. For Thor's memories to be mostly based on his sexual life, it only meant that he spent all of his time on finding excitement in sex and booze. No wonder he got heavily depressed just like J. Ramongandr. That was a truly meaningless life and there was no need to prolong it beyond the billions of years that he lived. Felix clicked play after seeing that Lady Sphinx and J. Ramongandr had recovered. However, the next scene showed only Thor sitting in the wild under 2 full moons with tens of wine jars lying around him. He was doing nothing but sitting with his legs crossed and taking big gulps from a jar in his hand. The atmosphere was serene, allowing anyone to swim in his own thoughts peacefully. This would have been good in some situations but also deadly in other situations. In the case of people with severe depression, being left alone to one's own thoughts was far more dangerous than facing a robber. At least a robber would merely steal your money, but your own negative thoughts would steal the last bit of sanity and makes you agree on decisions that one could never make next to loved ones. Sigh, today is like yesterday and it's definitely going to be the same tomorrow and after tomorrow. Thor murmured while gazing at the moons, if I am going to live my days in this meaningless loop, then what's the point of living? Thor took a big gulp from the wine jar and smacked his lips. Then, he said with a wide sincere smile, might as well break the loop and free myself. The screen went dark immediately after Thor uttered that heart-wrenching sentence. Felix and the rest could only look at the screen with a gloomy expressions. Their reasons for feeling like that might vary but all of them agreed on one point. There was nothing worse than seeing someone deciding firmly on suicide and knowing that whatever you say would almost make no difference. Chapter 548, Awakening Thor. Told you it's not worth watching. Asna snatched the remote control from Felix and turned it into a mist just like the mirror. Felix didn't reply as the last words of Thor were still resonating in his mind. He was told by J. Ramongandr that most primogenitors suffered from depression. But only now, did he realize how severe their conditions were. He saw the pure desolation in Thor's eyes. Like he had nothing left in life to do and was simply spending his days living but not feeling alive. Sigh, I truly hope that he would find something to live for after I awaken him. Felix smiled bitterly. J. Ramongandr patted his shoulder and said, no worries, unless his heart is completely dead, he will definitely remain for revenge after he hears the news about Fenrir. Felix still wasn't told completely what had transpired between the factions in the past to move even Thor. Regardless, he nodded his head in understanding. I guess it's time to awaken him. Felix exhaled deeply and went outside of his consciousness space. He was already sitting in a meditation position, fully prepared for the final integration. Since only 3% was left to cover, Felix managed to finish the integration without passing out. The first thing he did after he was done was heal himself back up to shape and enter his consciousness space, not bothering to even read the information of his newly awakened ability. Did he wake up? Felix asked while standing beside Lady Sphinx, can you sense his presence? Lady Sphinx placed a finger near his mouth, shushing him. A few moments later, she smiled faintly and proclaimed, Thor, you better gather with us here before I drag you out myself. Before Felix could raise his head and check his surrounding, he heard a familiar voice resounding from everywhere, haha, aren't you a bit too impatient my love? I guess you have been missing my departure after your brutal rejection of my marriage proposal. Before Felix and Asna could react to such a piece of juicy dramatic information, Lady Sphinx made her hand into a tiger claw and struck the air in front of her. Hush! The lake rose from its place, sending droplets everywhere. However, no one was focusing on it as their eyes were attracted to a misty body that was beginning to construct on Lady Sphinx's palm. When it finished, Thor could be seen dangling from his neck that was being tightly clutched by Lady Sphinx. Didn't I tell you to never call me my love? Lady Sphinx tightened her grasp on Thor's neck, making his dignified face turn purple instantly. Cough. Cough. I give in. I give in. Thor tapped his other hand on Lady Sphinx's extended arm, begging for forgiveness. J. Ramongandr, Asna, and Felix could only speechlessly watch Thor continue tapping out, but Lady Sphinx was still unflinching. Only after seeing that his electrifying blue eyes were about to roll at the back of his head, did Lady Sphinx let go of him and dusted her hands elegantly under the noisy coughing of Thor. She almost killed him after he got revived due to a single comment. Felix gulped a mouthful. She really shouldn't be provoked. Lady Sphinx heard his thoughts but didn't bother to deal with him. Instead, she looked down on Thor, who was still coughing on the ground. As long as you remain here, I don't want to hear your crap, she warned while creating a table and a set of chairs next to him. Cough, you are still as aggressive as ever, Thor said with a breathless tone while trying to stand up. You kinda deserve it. Ramongandra chuckled while walking towards him. You are taking her side? Don't tell me you guys are in a relatio. Smack. Before he finished his sentence, his face got smacked by a teacup that was thrown by Lady Sphinx. She immediately created another cup and began sipping tea as nothing happened. Meanwhile, Thor was left rubbing his white beard with a pained expression. You are truly asking for a beating. Ramongandra chuckled and gave him a quick bear hug. Where is the fun in life if one isn't walking on a string? Thor laughed thunderously while patting Ramongandra's back. It's good to see you, old snake, Thor said with a smile while breaking off. Likewise, likewise. Ramongandra smiled as well while staring at him in the eyes. Then, there was no then, they started looking at each other like this for a couple of seconds until Thor couldn't take it anymore. Old snake, aren't you going to explain this eat up situation to me? Thor asked speechlessly. Oh, I forgot that you weren't given time to read this lad's memories. Ramongandra extended his hand to Felix and introduced, this is Felix, we are currently residing in his consciousness space. Welcome back, Elder, Felix said with a respectful tone, not wanting to ck up his first impression again. Alas, Thor completely ignored his existence and dashed towards Asna with a brightened look. The moment he reached her, he dropped on one knee and extended one hand elegantly. I have traveled through the cosmos back to back and met with otherworldly goddesses from every race known in the matter universe, yet I had yet to meet a woman with such an enchanting beauty like yourself. Thor stared deeply at Asna's bewildered eyes and proposed with a firm tone, will you marry me? Is he for real? Dumbfounded, Felix looked at Asna, then at Thor's resolved expression, and felt that everything was derailing from the script. Meanwhile, Asna's thought process was far simpler than Felix's. As the moment she broke off her daze, she showed a mocking grin and taunted, Geezer, don't you have any shame to propose to me with your age and history with women? Ramongandra and Lady Sphinx chuckled after seeing Thor's stiffened expression. They already knew that Thor would definitely hit on Asna since he couldn't keep it to himself every time he sees a beautiful woman. However, they still didn't say anything to defend Asna since they knew that she didn't need anyone's protection with that mouth of hers. Haha, I admit that I am quite old. Thor gave a charming smile and said, in front of true love, age is just a number. So as the times I will beat you up if you ever bothered to harass me, geezer. Asna snorted while tightening her fist before his face. Then, she humphed and went to sit next to Lady Sphinx, not bothering to glance at his pitiful expression. All right, drop the fake sadness and join us. Ramongandra patted his shoulder and said, you tried and failed, don't bring this matter ever again. You are truly the worst wingman in the universe. Thor grumbled, you woke me up impolitely from my peacefulness and didn't even bother to prepare a couple of gentle beauties to take care of me. Is this your revenge after smashing your head with Mjolnir at our last fight? Ramongandra's eyelids twitched after that painful memory was brought back up. If he had to rate his worst painful moment, it got to be that final hammer strike. Enough nonsense and sit down. Ramongandra glared at him in annoyance. Thor listened this time and joined them on the round table. Felix swiftly took his seat next to Asna and started inspecting Thor's up-close. He could see that although he appeared playful and upbeat, he could never hide that deep desolation behind his pupil. Since Sphinx didn't let you read this lad's memories, we will fill you up with the situation. J. Ramongandra mentioned, I know you are pretty confused. It is indeed a weird gathering. Thor said while looking at Felix, I didn't expect that 2 primogenitors and 1 Unigen race member would actually willingly gather in a human's consciousness space. I am not that bored to explain everything from the start. J. Ramongandra informed, read his memories in your free time. For now, I want to let you know that the scum from the Darken faction had made a move on Brother Fenrir after our final battle. Immediately after Thor heard so, his entire demeanor had been changed to solemn and dignified. What happened? He asked with a serious tone. J. Ramongandra slowly filled him with everything that Lady Sphinx had informed him. From the primogenitors breaking the pact due to the illusion primogenitor to the ambush on Fenrir by the Darken faction members. This information didn't just shock and startle Thor but also Felix, as he never heard about the ambush before. An ice ball with the size of a star, don't tell me, he is talking about the tourist attraction, Crystal Star. Felix exclaimed in his mind in disbelief after realizing the many connections between Fenrir's hibernation protocol and one particular tourist attraction in the Bloodstream galaxy. How could it not be a phenomenal attraction when it appeared exactly like a crystal ball made out of glass but had the size of a star? Felix had heard plenty of good things about this tourist attraction and he was always planning to check it out in his previous life. But after hearing that the ice primogenitor was sealed within, he made an oath to never approach it. Being nearby a live primogenitor in the real world was the same as asking for a swift death. Just a single random breath from Fenrir would turn Felix into an ice statue. God knows what will happen to all the people near the crystal star after he wakes up. Felix dreaded just the thought of it. Chapter 549, the first ever experiment on dual elementalist. We really messed up badly. Thor covered his eyes as he sighed in dejection and guilt. Just like J. Ramongandra, he also expected that the Darken faction members would off themselves after seeing them in the pact meeting. They could see that they were truly depressed since it was almost impossible to hide such strong emotion in front of the primogenitors. So, they were certain that Fenrir wouldn't have any trouble with the Darken faction after they were gone. But who would have anticipated that the illusion primogenitor would mess everything up? We did. J. Ramongandra nodded his head and said firmly, but, now that we are awake, we need to have Fenrir's back. If it wasn't for him, our descendants would have been completely wiped out from existence. That goes without saying. Thor's eyes started sparkling with lightning charges as he asked, what do you need from me? J. Ramongandra glanced at the silent Felix and said calmly, facing Thor, we need your lightning manipulation. Thor eyed J. Ramongandra for a second, then at Felix. He looked at him closely for a short moment, then turned to J. Ramongandra and said, no wonder, I didn't sense any poisonous presence from you. You already gifted your manipulation to this human. I did. J. Ramongandra shrugged his shoulders, many things happened that pushed me to make that decision and I don't regret it. J. Ramongandra said with a confident tone, he might be a human but he has the best potential in the entire universe, potential to reach far higher than even us. For real. Thor was a bit taken back as he didn't anticipate that the strict and composed J. Ramongandra actually harbors so much trust and confidence in a mere human. In fact, even Felix didn't know that. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't feeling overjoyed by J. Ramongandra's expectations of him. I don't know how did this human charmed you to behave like this, but I am not planning on giving up on my lightning manipulation that easily. Thor said calmly with his arms crossed. No one found his reaction odd since a perfect manipulation couldn't be taken back by the giver anytime he pleased. It was a one-time deal, a one-time bestowal for anyone. This meant, the moment it was taken from Felix by another one, he would also never have the chance to own that gift again. First, why do you think that giving my lightning manipulation to this human would help us deal with Darken faction? And second, isn't impossible to host multiple manipulations? Thor asked. Didn't I say it before? J. Ramongandra smiled faintly, he had the potential to grow stronger than any primogenitor. You know that primogenitors' battles always end with one successfully escaping. True. Thor agreed. Since it's impossible for us to kill them, then we can only help someone gain enough strength that could absolutely overpower them. Ramongandra smirked. With this lad's unique situation that turned him into the perfect candidate to host multiple manipulations, it was doable. It turned out that Ramongandra wasn't planning to simply train Felix so he could humiliate the Darken faction's members' champions in the games, but actually had a far greater purpose. It made total sense to aim at slaying those 3 primogenitors with all the opportunities that Felix owned. The half-devourer heart would allow him to reach physical strength that far surpassed the primogenitors. Meanwhile, his multiple elements manipulations would give him hundreds of ways to block the primogenitors from escaping when shit gets dirty. If he was lucky enough and had received other gifts or opportunities, then it wasn't a far-fetched fantasy for Felix to slay primogenitors with his bare hands. If Elder truly helped me to reach that level of strength, then taking care of his enemies would be my first priority. Felix made a firm decision in his mind. Ramongandra smiled faintly after hearing his thoughts. But he didn't address them since these matters were in the far future. I can see that you are pretty confused. Lady Sphinx suggested, why don't you take an hour to read his memories and see what happened? It will clear your thoughts and understand what RMI is talking about. Thor agreed at once, as he was indeed pretty confused by Ramongandra's confidence in Felix. In his eyes, a human shouldn't possibly have such a monstrous potential that transcended even their pure descendants. Primogenitors, Unigen, and other few beings at the top chain were supposed to be untouched by those below them. It was simply impossible for even the most talented being in the universe to reach their social status. Dragons, devourers, and couple more races might possess enough strength to contest against a primogenitor, but it didn't mean that they had a chance to defeat them. Yet, a human, a race at the bottom of the food chain with beasts and such, had such a potential to achieve so? Thor had to see it with his own eyes to believe it. And so he did. For the next 2 hours, he went through most of Felix's important memories and discussed them with the primogenitors, exclaiming once in a while after seeing something that intrigued him. Like the fact that Felix was a half-devourer or the merge of Asna and Felix's souls. Naturally, the subject of multiple timelines was brought up, but it was shrugged by Lady Sphinx, changing it in an instant. If one of the most knowledgeable beings in the universe refused to share information about the existence of multiple timelines, then they could only drop it for now. I have to admit that I am starting to see your vision. If we can't deal with them at our peak, then it's best that we dedicate our efforts to build a monster that will do so. Thor said with a convinced tone. It might take thousands of years to millions for him to reach that level, but all we have is unlimited time. That's the plan. Ramongandra said. So am I supposed to bestow him now? Thor shrugged his shoulders. I don't mind doing so, since I will be returning to the embrace of the death with it or without it. Felix truly felt hopeless after seeing that the Ramongandra had the same resolved look as in Thor's eyes after he said so. He understood that the only reason the Ramongandra was still lingering on was to deal with the Darken faction for revenge. The moment he finishes that task, he wouldn't hesitate to say his goodbyes. Felix knew that it was a far-fetched fantasy that the Ramongandra would actually change his mind in merely less than 2 years of hanging out with them. If it was so easy to cure depression, it wouldn't have taken so many lives. You guys are truly too stubborn. Lady Sphinx shook her head at their undying suicidal thoughts and informed, his strength isn't enough to host 2 manipulations now. I still need to run some side simulations to see how exactly will his body react with multiple manipulations. What do I need to do? Felix asked with a solemn tone. In his eyes, if he couldn't help Ramongandra with his internal crisis, then he could at least help him out with the external issues that he was facing. He would make sure to take it as seriously as possible. Visit the lab tomorrow. I need an updated version of your body to work with. Lady Sphinx warned, don't attempt to either etch an ability or advance to the 3rd stage of replacement with another bloodline for now. Why? Felix wondered, isn't better to edge an ability to increase my strength even further before hosting the second manipulation? It will add another variable and makes it extra difficult to find a perfect method to help you host both manipulations. Lady Sphinx clarified, your physical strength being tough is merely the minimum requirement to start the experiments. The real deal comes after you survive the first few seconds of the bestowal, when the lightning inscriptions began carving themselves on your body and on the poison inscriptions. While Asna and Felix were somewhat confused, Ramongandra and Thor were nodding their heads in understanding. You still remember the test that was carried by the light primogenitor and the gems primogenitor? Thor asked the Ramongandra. Ramongandra nodded his head. How could I forget? They were the first primogenitors to test out the theory that one individual couldn't hold more than one elemental manipulation. Ramongandra still remembered to this day how the gem's primogenitor had decided to free himself from his eternity. He was the first one to take such a decision, hundreds of millions of years before the pact meeting. Because of that, it was brought up to the primogenitor's attention and they decided to ask him to try and bestow his gift upon one of his descendants. They always wanted if it was doable and the possibilities behind it. For example, whether they would still possess it after giving it or it would be gone forever and if they could get it back, etc. The gem primogenitor found no reason to reject, he was going to die anyway. So, under the gathering of almost all primogenitors in the universe, the first non-primogenitor with perfect elemental manipulation was born. Before the gem primogenitor had offed himself, he allowed Lady Sphinx to experiment on him and his descendant to clear off all of their inquires. Before the tests could be concluded, the light primogenitor had proposed to join the experiment as well. Under the shocked primogenitors, he was the second primogenitor to fall to the temptation of mind freedom. His fall marked the break of every primogenitor's mentality in that gathering. Ramongandra didn't know what the others were thinking, but he remembered exactly what his thoughts. Am I next? Chapter 550, Thor's Peak Active Ability. After the light primogenitor joined the experiment, they found out that it was instant death to anyone going for multiple perfect manipulations. The worst part? The moment that descendant died, both the light and gems elemental manipulations were forever lost. They weren't bestowed to another and died with the owner. They didn't even return to the original primogenitors. Till this point in time, there was no presence of an individual with either of those perfect manipulations. With those disheartening results, the gathering was concluded, leaving every primogenitor more depressed than ever. That's because they firmly believed that for the perfect elemental manipulations to be completely lost only meant that the universe found that their existence didn't matter much to the grand scheme of things. If they had such an important role, then after the original primogenitor died, another one was supposed to get the same gift and return the balance as it was. Alas, that never happened. It's going to be different this time. Ramongandra confirmed with an assertive tone while eyeing Felix. Thor and Lady Sphinx also turned to look at Felix, making him nod his head with a resolved expression. I will make sure to do my best. We know you will. Ramongandra smiled and waved his hand at him. You can go leave now. Make sure to arrive at Sphinx's lap as fast as possible. Felix nodded his head and exploded into a cloud of mist. The moment he opened his eyes, he heard Thor's voice in his mind, Kiddo, make sure to buy me that bracelet thingy. I want to get a taste of this era's ladies and booze, F***ck. Why are you hitting me with a teacup again? Go be disgusting somewhere else. Lady Sphinx threatened him. Every time you mention anything about your disgusting lifestyle, you can expect a teacup on your way. Sphinx? I have been gentle with you because of your beauty. But if you dare throw another cup at me, I swear I will, arg. You are dead. A second after Thor's latest roar, a whimper followed after. Stop. Stop. You will break my neck. I give in. That's more like it. Lady Sphinx snorted. Throughout the entire interaction, Felix merely kept imagining the scene in his mind while staring at the ceiling with a deadpan expression. He was too scared to think badly of any of them lest he ends up getting beaten by Lady Sphinx. She might seem like the most composed of them all, but in reality, her aggression trampled above all. She was truly like a mother to a bunch of unruly children. Half an hour later, Felix had been escorted safely to Lady Sphinx's castle by the city's garrison. The moment he entered the lab, he got touched by Lady Sphinx, then sent away after she created a perfect copy of his body. Felix returned to the academy since he had a class in an hour. On his way to the campus, Felix finally decided to check on the peak active ability that he unlocked after the situation returned to normal. A few moments later, Felix opened his eyes with a clear agitation written all over his face. His heartbeats started to accelerate while his breaths were getting a bit heavy. How is it possible for an ability like this to exist? He exclaimed in his mind while rereading the information twice to confirm that he wasn't seeing things. Hehe, that's my greatest accomplishment in lightning manipulation. Thor boasted while gulping down a vodka bottle like water. A second later, he threw the empty bottle away and shouted, "It's too tasteless. All the alcohol in your memories tastes like crap." Well, what did he expect? Felix only drunk earthling alcohol and cheap products in the UVR. Compared to the collection that Thor possessed, they were naturally going to taste like dodo water. "Elder, I will take you to a premium bar after I leave the classroom," Felix offered politely. "Now we are talking." Thor wiped his stained beard with his long sleeve and wondered, are there going to be girls? "Yes, plenty of them." Felix coughed. "Hehe, let's wingman each other." Lady Sphinx and Asna rolled their eyes at him and focused on their own matters, not wanting to associate themselves with this bad news, unlike Felix who seemed pretty eager. Why wouldn't he be? He had felt that Thor was freer in his thoughts and desires, unlike Jay, Ramongandra or Lady Sphinx who were almost always strict with him. So, he knew that he would hit it off with him instantly. This would help him a great deal when he asks for advice on his lightning manipulation. Just like now, as he took advantage of Thor's good mood and inquired, "Elder, may I know how does electric transmutation work?" This was the peak active ability that he unlocked. Felix already knew that it was the second best ability of Thor since size manipulation had to be number one. Because it was impossible to unlock the same ability twice, he managed to unlock electric transmutation. Although it was Thor's second best ability, Felix felt that it was going to be one of the best abilities to ever own. That's because it allowed Thor to transmute himself into electricity and lightning. This wasn't even the best part. It was actually able to transmute other objects into usable electricity. This was the reason why Felix was shocked and in disbelief. He didn't think that lightning element was capable of such a feat. Elements are a sea of possibilities and only those who studied them thoroughly could they find them all. Thor spoke coolly while supporting his head with his palm. "It took me tens of millions of years to create electric transmutation. Its concept is simple, just transmute anything you touch into electricity. But the theory behind it almost drove me mad." That was an understatement. Jay, Ramongandra chuckled, "I still remember how you came begging to show you my own poison transmutation ability." "Stop spewing nonsense, you are ruining my reputation before Goddess Asna." Thor glared at Jay, Ramongandra, uncaring about Asna who was flipping him a finger from tens of meters away. Jay, Ramongandra laughed and didn't interject any more in their conversation. "Listen well, kiddo, the elemental energy is split into 3 types. Thor extended 3 fingers in the air and spoke coolly. "The first one is the elemental energy such as water energy, fire energy, earth energy, etc. This is the most common and used energy in the universe. The second one is the purest form of energy, purified elemental energy. I believe Goddess Asna was using this to fuel your tank in your games." Felix nodded his head in acknowledgement. "The third and the last one is natural elemental energy." Thor spread his hands and said, "It's everywhere, and it's the origin of the other 2 branches. There could be no fire, water, lightning types of energies without natural energy. That's because the environment is the one that transforms the natural energy into elemental energy. For example, the natural energy would transform into magma-based energy in a volcanic environment. It would also transform into ice-based energy in mountains' peaks. You get the point. In addition, most life forms are made from souls and natural energy. I believe that you humans are also made from natural energy. Felix's eyes widened in surprise as he never heard of such a thing before in the network. Everyone was under the impression that elemental energy was the only one in the universe related to elements. That's because no one managed to use natural energy that didn't have an element attached to it. As for everyone being made out of natural energy, he felt that it made sense since it seemed like natural energy was the most flexible and encompassing energy in the universe. Although it made sense, he still didn't have a clue what this had to do with electric transmutation ability. Don't be hasty, I am getting there. Thor disclosed, since physical bodies and objects are made out of natural energy, then the transmutation simply transforms them into their base form, then transform them into lightning energy. Only then could you get transformed into elemental lightning or electricity while still having your soul and consciousness connected. For real. Felix was left astounded by the logic behind it, as he never expected it to be this way. The logic behind the ability simply implied that for one to return to his own base form, he needed to reverse the process. From physical to natural energy, then to elemental energy, to finally electricity, fire, wind, etc. This way, Felix could successfully turn himself into a lightning bolt and still feel everything since his soul was still connected. Soon, Felix realized that by using electric transmutation, he wouldn't just be able to transform himself but also travel through electronic devices, wires, and anything that uses electricity as an energy source. In addition, he could also travel through thunderstorms as a lightning bolt at a godly speed. Whenever he runs out of energy, he could simply do the entire process on objects and absorb the lightning created as an end result. All of this was in a single ability. Without needing Thor to continue explaining the ability, Felix had already made the decision to etch this ability in his human bloodline. It was just too good to be true, and God knows how long it would take him to reach that level in his lightning manipulation and create it on his own. Sir Felix, we have arrived. Felix's thought process was broken by the soldier's announcement. Thank you for the ride, gentlemen. Felix nodded his head in appreciation at the escorting crew and walked away towards the campus's back door. The moment he stepped foot inside and was met with the sight of tens of beauties walking by, Thor immediately exclaimed, "They are even prettier than in the memories." Before Felix could respond, Thor asked with a serious tone, "Are there going to be college girls in the bars tonight?"